Good afternoon. I'd like to call the regular meeting to order on January 19th, 2022, our first meeting of the year of the San Mateo County Harbor District Board of Commissioners at 1 p.m. Roll call, please, Melanie.
Commissioner Chan-Corrali,
Present.
Commissioner Ryring,
Present.
Commissioner Matoush. Commissioner Matoush,
I got accidentally muted, so present.
Commissioner Zemke,
Present.
Commissioner Lorenz.
Here.
Great. We have a quorum now, so let's move on to the consent, or actually, I'm sorry, to proclamation for Neil McGann, item 2. So Jim, do you want to just kind of kick this off and then I can read the proclamation to Neil?
I'd be honored to. Unfortunately for the district, Neil has officially retired after serving 17 years for the district, and he's done a remarkable job for us over the years, serving in multiple different positions, but holding a steady helm over that at Oyster Point, ensuring that we meet the needs of our customers and ensuring safety on those docks. So I believe Neil is here today.
You know, he actually sent me an email and he doesn't look like he's on the call today.
He did not make it again this
Yeah.
time. So Neil's not here, but he can definitely see the recording when he comes back. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, President Corrali, to read the proclamation.
Oh, great. Well, so thank you, Jim, for that introduction. And, we are very grateful for Neil's service to the Harbor District and to Oyster Point specifically. So to honor Neil, I'd like to read off a proclamation in to honor him, and which will hopefully be presented to him or mailed to him, right, Jim? I'm assuming that that's how we'll get it to him at this point.
We just posted a picture of Neil. He has
Okay.
the proclamation in his hand and his
Okay.
retirement gift of a ship's bell.
Okay, well then I'm going to read this for the public record.
you.
Proclaimed by the San Mateo County Harbor District Board of Harbor Commissioners, County of San Mateo, State of California, that whereas Neil McGann has been a highly respected member of the San Mateo County Harbor District team since August 18th, 2004, whereas he held positions of Deputy Harbor Master A and Deputy Harbor Master B, whereas through his technical expertise and expert knowledge, Neil McGann has been a key part of the Harbor District for 17 years, whereas Neil sought to better the marina and provide excellent customer service to the public and marina tenants, making Oyster Point Marina a safe, clean, and pleasant place for all to enjoy, whereas Neil worked hard to support other deputy harbor masters and harbor worker subordinates, earning the respect of all, whereas Neil discharged all duties and responsibilities of his employment in an exemplary manner through his tenure with the Harbor District, whereas Neil understands the role of a public servant and for whom public employees work. Therefore, the San Mateo County Harbor District Board of Harbor Commissioners, County of San Mateo, State of California, commends and thanks Neil McGann for his service and accomplishments at the San Mateo County Harbor District while serving as Deputy Harbor Master B. And this is witnessed by my hand and the seal of the San Mateo County Harbor District, actually back in December. So this is, he's got this already, but for the public record, this was dated December 15th of 2021, and it has the signatures of all of the commissioners. So congratulations to Neil on a job well done. We're so grateful. And I know that the residents of South City and the staff over there and all of the tenants, the liveaboards, I'm sure that they were very, very grateful for all of the work that Neil has provided. So I will open up comments to other commissioners if they would like to make a comment in congratulating Neil.
Neil, thank you very much for the amount of time, effort, and service that you put in. You're truly going to be missed.
The Harbor District has been so fortunate in our harbor masters. Neil, thank you so much for your years of service to the district and to the public.
Neil, I'll throw my 2 cents in too. I know that we have not had a chance to meet over the last year, but all the reports I have is that just outstanding, and thank you for your service.
And Neil, thank you for your service, and I hope you have a great time in retirement.
I don't know how I got on mute, but thank y'all. So if we're ready to move on to the next item, let's move on to public comment for items that are not on the agenda. I don't see any hands raised, but Melanie, do you see anything? I might be missing something and I don't want to miss anything.
Nope, I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, then I will close public comment now and we'll move on to the consent calendar. Let me just ask if any commissioners would like to pull off anything from consent.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any public comment on the consent? Okay, if there's no discussion, let's do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Ryring,
Aye.
Commissioner Mathush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke. Commissioner Zemke, I think you're muted.
I am. Sorry about that. Yes.
Commissioner Lorenz,
Yes.
Commissioner Chancarelli.
Aye. So that motion carries, and now we're on to the discussion items. But before we start this section, section E for discussions, I wanted to just recognize the great work that the Pillar Point Harbor staff did in response to the tsunami this past weekend. I had a chance to go and visit the site on Saturday, but and I saw everyone working, and I think that everything was coordinated and very organized. And I know that the staff at Oyster Point also helped in the preparation for anything that would affect the Oyster Point Marina area. But thankfully, you know, their preparation was great, but thankfully, you know, nothing happened there. But I wanted to just make this, just if you would indulge me, I just want to just recognize and say that, you know, facing the unknown with very little notice, obviously with the tsunami, Deputy Harbor Master Bobby Dunn executed the Harbor District Emergency Operations Plan for tsunami response. Also assisting in the execution of the plan were Assistant Harbor Master Dante Madrigal, Tyler Finch, and Adam Bloomer. Not knowing what the impact of the wave would be or how high water levels would rise within the harbor staff secured the fuel pier, shut off all power and other utilities serving Johnson Pier, and Johnson Pier itself was evacuated. Deputy Harbor Masters Dunn and Bloomer used the Harbor District rescue vessel to warn and activate the fishers on the outer breakwater and ensure the safety of a few out on the water in kayaks. As the initial wave hit, the outer breakwater absorbed much of the impact, but the harbor experienced a significant rise in water level, as much as 5 to 6 feet. At its height, the water reached the utilities under Johnson Pier, and the floating docks were almost even with Johnson Pier, requiring, you know, someone to walk up to the boarding ramps. As the water exited the harbor following the initial wave, it created a fast-moving river at the mouth of the harbor. Deputy Harbor Master Dunn and Finch skillfully maneuvered the rescue vessel in that river and escorted a small vessel through the extremely strong and dangerous current to ensure their safe passage. In addition to all the activity in the harbor, the staff also responded to a search and rescue case or incident in support of CAL FIRE at San Gregorio Beach. To all the Pillar Point Harbor staff and Oyster Point staff in their preparation, thank you for your outstanding professionalism, and thank you for the outstanding response to what could have been a devastating disaster. But I also want to thank General Manager Jim Pruitt as well for kind of being on top of everything and making sure that, our staff was safe and the public was safe, and, just quickly responding. It takes a team effort, and I think the team did a great job in executing the emergency plan, which is all you can hope for, right? I mean, you're always preparing and training, and all of that is paid off. So Jim, thank you. And if you could please thank the Pillow Point Harbor staff and the Oyster Point Marina staff, that would be wonderful.
I definitely will. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from commissioners?
Point of clarification, the docks were so high, you didn't walk up the ramp to get to the pier. You had to walk down the ramp to get to the pier from the docks.
Okay, that was my confusion, Tom. And I have a spatial cognitive issue. So, okay, I stand corrected, but it doesn't mean that their staff didn't do a great job still, but thank you.
There are some incredible drone videos of the water being sucked out from the breakwater, the water being sucked out, and then the waves coming in. It was really something to see.
I see that Chris Tibby's on here too, so I want to also acknowledge Chris. I mean, I know that, this kind of incident or this situation, which, we had a report on with Cal Fire, couldn't be responded to effectively without this preparation and recognition that, we need to be prepared. So Chris, I think you're on this. I see you in the panelist or the attendee area. So thank you for keeping us on our toes.
I'd like to say something, if I may.
Please, Ed.
So I was there, I saw our staff do their work. They did a great job. There were a lot of people there, so they had a lot to do. There was a lot going on. And I'd also like to say that this tsunami came during high tide. And so we were lucky for several reasons. One, that it wasn't larger, and number two, that the tides weren't even higher than they were. And it's an example, what we saw there was an example of what to expect with rising tides. Why that's important to us is that we need to be cognizant of what's happening in our harbor with respect to our planning, because sea level rise is going to happen and we need to be prepared for it. This is just an example. Next time, if we might not be so lucky.
Thank you. Bill, did you have any comments?
No, I do not.
Okay, so Jim, thank you for letting everyone know that we're very appreciative of the work that they have done during this unexpected emergency. And I agree with Commissioner Lorenas that being prepared is key, and that, he's right that we're lucky that it wasn't worse. Okay, so going on to the discussion area or discussion section, we're on discussion item 12, which is public hearing on draft maps of voting district boundaries following the 2020 census. So Jim, do you want to kick this off? I think this is a two-step process. So this is the first step, and we don't actually have to vote on anything today. Is that correct?
The board should be, again, good afternoon, President Crawley. The board should be selecting a map for future consideration at another public hearing.
Yes.
So with your permission, I'll kick this off.
Yes, please.
Okay, fantastic. Again, good afternoon, President Crawley and commissioners. Today's meeting qualifies and is a public hearing to review the proposed district map and identify a map to be considered at a public meeting on February 16th, 2022 at the district's regular board meeting. Every 10 years following the federal census, California special districts that use district-based election systems must adjust the boundaries of those voting districts based on the current census data. The purpose of this process is to ensure the voting districts remain substantially equal in population. Data from the 2020 census might create the need to adjust voting district boundaries to address changes in population or demographics since the previous census in 2010. It's important to note that the Harbor District can keep the existing districts and no adjustment is needed to ensure the districts are equal in population. Section 22,000 of the Elections Code requires the district boundaries to be equal in population and in compliance with the United States Voting Rights Act. Also, the 14th Amendment requires substantial equality in population of voting districts to promote the goal of one person and one vote. And the Supreme Court defined that or held that the substantially equality in population means a district map will not be thrown out for inequality of population if the overall range is less than 10%, unless there's proof of intentional discrimination within that range. The deviation following the 2020 census for the districts established by the Harbor District is less than 10%. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Paul Mitchell, President of the Redistricting Partners, our consultant, who will present the maps for your consideration. Paul?
Very much, and thanks for having us back.
Welcome back, Paul. Thank you.
See you again. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and walk through a PowerPoint.
Well, wait, before, can I just interrupt you for just 1 second, Paul, just
Sure.
to kind of lay a foundation? When we went through this process, I think back in 2000, I think 19 or 8,
18.
somewhere around there, 18, 19, you were the consultants there. So you helped us through that process that time. And I think that you understand the issues that we were dealing with. And so thank you for being with us again this time. I just wanted people, members of the public, to know that this is not your first ride with us.
No, we did an extensive project last time with lots of outreach under the California Voting Rights Act, a very different process, and went through a number of different iterations of potential maps until we got to the plan that you ultimately adopted. And it was only a short time ago. But when we did it, we had to, if you remember, we had to use the 2010 data for total population. That's why we weren't able to draw the districts so that even now, just a few years later, they don't need to be re-looked at to make sure that they're still balanced. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and kind of go through this. I'm going to cover, just because members of the public who are watching and who might come back and watch this recording later should have all the same kind of information that you have. But we'll cover what redistricting is, some traditional redistricting principles. The state has imposed a new State Fair Maps Act on cities and counties. And since redistricting is very norms-based, we're working with a lot of agencies to try to, as much as possible, follow a lot of the principles, both in the transparency side and also in the criteria that are used in redistricting from the Fair Maps Act. We'll go over your existing lines, some draft lines that we've come up with, and then show those, finish up with kind of what's next. So redistricting is a process. Most people think about Congress or they think about the legislature, but it also affects local governments, cities, counties, school districts, special districts, and so on. Any place that has elections by district has to make sure that those districts are relatively equally balanced. This is important for two reasons. One is you want everybody to have the same representative power. You don't want people being in a situation where on one side of the county, they're one of 100,000 people in a district, and on the other side of the county, they're one of 10,000 people in a district. They would literally have 10 times more political power in that smaller district. So the idea with district redistricting is to balance those out. The second reason why it's done is not just representation, but also voting. We want to make sure that everybody who gets to vote in the San Mateo Harbor district elections has roughly the same voting power. You don't have one side of the county where they have 10 times the voting power of the other side of the county. And I use this extreme example of 10 times, but literally we did a redistricting where we had one district was 12,000 people, and another district was 100,000 people. And that meant that the district that had 12,000 people, their voting power was literally 8 times greater, and their representative power was 8 times greater than the people in the area where their votes were being diluted because their district was overpopulated. So we want to follow these criteria of districts being equal size, make sure we're following the Federal Voting Rights Act, which prohibits any vote dilution through terms like packing or cracking of minority populations that we've learned about before. Districts need to be contiguous, meaning that they need to be whole parts. That sounds pretty obvious, but we are doing a redistricting tonight in an agency that had a districting plan where they had one district start over here, then all the other districts, and then that same district pop up over there. So we have seen non-contiguous districts that we're trying to go in and fix. Keeping districts compact is more about keeping them with nearby populations being in the same area. It's less mathematical in California than it is around the country. Maintaining communities of interest is important. And when we think about communities of interest, we want to think about essentially three things. What is that community? Where are they geographically located? And how do they relate to the agency that's being districted? So if it was a school district redistricting, we might be looking a lot at where the student populations are. If it was a water district redistricting, we could be looking at where people have different water usage or water rates. If it was a city redistricting, maybe we're looking at places where we're looking at, where people are renters versus homeowners, or hillside areas, or different types of communities of interest. So your communities of interest might really focus on the impacts that your agency has on the public, and what public might have issues that they need to have addressed by the Harbor District. And then following existing underlying boundaries is a great additional way to draw districts. We're going to inadvertently have lines that have weird shapes sometimes. And a lot of times it'll be because we're following a city boundary or following a, other governmental boundary. And so it ends up providing the justification for why lines aren't all just straight and, horizontal vertical lines. When we talk about those communities of interest, we want to know that we want to understand that these are sometimes subjective. There are those communities protected by the Voting Rights Act, largely Latinos, Asians, and African Americans around the state. But when we're drawing districts, we also have two requirements that are somewhat in conflict. If there's a requirement to draw a majority-minority district in some agency anywhere in the country, then you have to make sure that you're looking at that racial composition to ensure that you're not letting a district that should be more than 50% of one ethnicity drop below that. At the same time, if you're not dealing with a district that could be 50% or more of one ethnicity, then you're actually prohibited from using race as a predominant factor. You have to use other factors like following city boundaries, communities of interest, and others to justify the drawing of lines. The Fair Maps Act, like I mentioned earlier, creates a best practices for all agencies. They are not rules that you're strictly bound to, but they are a best practice in the state, and they include this transparency in the process. We're doing a meeting that is a public hearing, not a closed session. We are not passing around maps amongst ourselves. We're putting maps up on the website. And we are not drawing districts with, a political party or an incumbent as the predominant criteria when we're drawing lines. So all of that is in keeping with the new norms that have been established in the state under the Fair Maps Act. Now, when you did draw lines 20, 30 years ago, before you were ever in districts, if you looked at a lot of agencies around the state, redistricting was, I don't want to be too cynical, but redistricting was oftentimes a board going to the general manager and saying, here's all our addresses, and these are the things that we all want in our redistricting. And then the lines get drawn and the public finds out later who they're voting for. This process is very different. When we did our creation of these lines that you're in right now, there were several outreach meetings. We met in libraries or other civic centers and had people come in and talk about potential lines. And so taking that community of interest testimony and then moving that into the draft maps is a new part of the process of redistricting. Now, when we look at your current lines, we would consider these to be bands. That's how you would usually, the terminology would usually use in redistricting to describe this style of redistricting. And these bands were, I think, a compromise for the need to have districts all be equal size. At the same time, there are certain parts of the county where there's so much more density of population. And so drawing districts in a way that balance those things while still keeping communities together, and appreciating the areas of kind of greatest concern from communities of interest to make sure that they have access to the harbor facilities. When we look at the data tables for these are a little bit different layout than the data tables we used last time, but it's the same kind of information. The top set of data here is from the decennial census. That's, you know, when you say, when you're just talking with your friends and you say something about the census, you're talking about this top data set. It's that thing of where people live April 1st, 2010, 2020. It's that decennial once every decade process. The bottom data set is from a survey that most people don't even know about. It's called the American Community Survey. It gets mailed to 3.5 million households every year. And this data set represents estimated numbers over a 5-year period. So this is actually data from 2015 to 2019. And we use it to calculate the percentage of different ethnicities, Latino, Asian, African-American, for the purposes of ensuring that we're not drawing districts that dilute the voting power of those communities. We do have other ethnicities. So we have like Alaskan Native, Native American, and when we did redistricting in Alaska, we had to use that as one of the primary ethnic categories. But here, the primary ethnic categories are Asian and Latino primarily. And then throughout California, there are areas with high Black population. Now, when we look at this, there's a couple of things to look at. First, in the top data table, we want to see that, look, that total plan deviation is 9.1%. That is within that 10% buffer of what is considered equally sized. It's not as prescriptive like a congressional district that equally sized is down to one person. It is more general that equally sized-ish using that 10% buffer, and you are currently still within that buffer. When we look at the bottom data table, I want to draw your eyes to this Asian citizen voting age population in District 1. That is over that 50% mark. So as I talked about earlier, that introduces the idea that this district meets at least the first precondition of a Section 2, potentially a Section 2 Voting Rights Act district. And so through the work that you do, we would suggest that you ultimately accept a plan that does still maintain that majority minority status for that district. And if you were to stray from doing that, that it would be because of some overriding concern, and that it would be justified potentially because there's evidence that the Asian population in San Mateo County doesn't have the same underlying racially polarized voting that's necessitated as tests 2 and 3 of the Jingles factors in under considering Voting Rights Act concerns. But having done work throughout the county in a number of cities that have dealt with CVRA conversions that are doing redistrictings, I would suggest strongly that you maintain that that majority minority status for that district number 1. It's not my legal opinion because I'm not your lawyer, but it is, I think, a good policy perspective. So we have 3 draft plans, A, B, and C. And the first draft plan is minimal change. It's so minimal change that you might not be able to see it. I wasn't able to see it for a while where the actual difference was. This plan looks exactly like your current plan. The population deviation has been brought down a tiny bit, really by moving C from being 4.2% deviation to 4.0% deviation, and moving that population a little bit with D. And then we come in here, we can look and we can see that there's a tiny little speck here on this border between C and D that is different, and a tiny little speck here. So a little bit of just cleanup of this line here that caused the change. Other than that, this is essentially the equivalent of passing your existing lines. It's likely that some of this just had to do with like adjusting census blocks as they've changed from the decades, from one decade to the next. And then we have a city overlay as well. And in the packets that you've received, you actually can look at each district with its view, and then a web map to zoom in and see those boundaries.
Paul,
Yeah.
before you move on, I just want to clarify for everyone who's watching, if you go back to the maps with the district bands, A, B, C, and D, for our purposes, based on our elections, A is basically District 1, B is District 2, C is District 3, D is District 4, and E is District 5. Those are the current numbers. So I just want everyone to understand, because no one understands A, B, C, and D, A, B, C, D,
Yeah.
and E. So
Yeah, exactly. And
Thank you.
for a minimum change plan, we really don't have to go to letters, but we go to letters for the other plans because we make big changes and we don't want to presume somebody says, whoa, you moved my District 5 over here. And it's like, no, you guys still get to decide what number is what. So these are alphanumeric for right now, A through E. And those are the districts. We wouldn't be proposing that you change to letters. A district plan B. Now, what we did for, in addition to those, and I want to emphasize, your current lines or that plan A minimum change are completely acceptable. But we did go back to the community of interest testimony that has been received in the past, looking at maps that were looked at in the past, and look at potentially different ideas. And one of the big ideas that came up last time was having a district that kind of goes along the western coast, and then essentially still having those bands, but having those bands be along the east side where you have a lot more population density. And this does actually point, when we step back and we think about population density in the county, this really tells the story. You have two areas that are side by side that look like they have about the same square miles. Yet in one, you have just one district. And in the other, you have the other 4 districts. So roughly the area on the eastern side has a 4-to-1 population density higher than the area on the western side, which is something you know. But in this situation, we do have a District C that spans this entire west side, and then these 3 that are stacked adjacent to it. This district has a population density of 6.8%. One thing I do want to note is that creating a plan in this construction has a downside of not having any district be over 50% CVAP Asian. So that might be a large kind of negative associated with this plan, but we wanted to definitely show you how it looks. We have this plan with its overlapping districts and then with overlapping cities. Now, another way to do it is to have 2 Pacific Coast districts. And this was talked about, and it was talked about in the past with like how you're going to make up for that total population because of the lack of density. And in order to do this, you have to take in more population in the northern area into this District C, and then District D has to cut across. It could cut across to Redwood City. It could cut across to East Palo Alto. You know, it could cut across in different ways. But in this instance, we did this as kind of an example. Again, the deviation is within that 10% range. And again, we aren't able to get an Asian citizen voting age population that is as high as in your current plan. And then this is the showing the overlay and then the cities that are included in these. So the job for you to consider at this point is identify maybe a preferred plan or plans that you want to move forward to the next step. Think of this as kind of like a bracket. You know, you want to figure out which plan or plans is going to go into your final round when you actually are going to be setting up to adopt a plan. If you have suggested changes, we can come back to you with a plan that has suggested changes. So if you said, well, I like draft plan A, but I want to do this or that, then we could come back and you could have an A and a plan A2 at your next meeting reflecting those requests for changes. And then whatever we do, we want to make sure that those plans are up on your website and up on your website in public for at least a week prior to your next meeting. The schedule is that right now we're in January reviewing draft maps, and set one up, or more than one if you need to, for consideration in February. But February would be a vote on final maps. This is a much more accelerated process than we did last time when we were required to have 5 hearings. But we are able to do this and complete it in February. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Paul. So let me just say, let me just piggyback on what you just said about how more exhaustive the last process was. And that was mainly because, I mean, we were drawing lines for the very first time. So this drawing of the lines now is the second time based on the 2020 census. So it's a very different, I don't want to say very different. It takes into consideration the same criteria, but we're not starting from scratch at this point.
Exactly. You have a redistricting plan that has only had 2 elections in it. And so it's a relatively new redistricting plan. The testimony that you received, the community input you received, the communities that are throughout the county haven't changed as dramatically as an agency that redistricted in 2011 and have had a 10-year gap since the last process. So yeah, this is a much fresher plan already to begin with.
Okay, so I'll open up the discussion now for commissioners to ask Mr. Mitchell questions if you have any. I know that I think of the commissioners today who are here. 3 of us were in the last, we were involved at the last drawing of the lines when we drew the lines from nothing. So we're with no lines. So Commissioners Reiering and Commissioner Zemke, I don't know if you have any questions, even basic questions. There are no dumb questions here. So I see that Commissioner Matoush has his hands up. So do you want to just start off, Commissioner Matoush?
Sure. I'd like to say, since we're under the 10% currently, I'd like to see us just keep this the same and make the decision today to retain the current maps and not have to bring this back.
Okay. Commissioner Zemke, I see that you've unmuted yourself. So I don't.
I have thought about this and trying to figure out what's the fairest way to slice it. And I'm with Tom. I don't know if I want to keep the configuration kind of the way it has been, which would be Plan A. But looking at putting the coast in one district, a little concerned about that, since obviously from the district's perspective, the main focus of the district is Pillar Point Harbor at Half Moon Bay. That's the one that gets the most attention, has the most interest. Most people don't really think much about Oyster Point. And I think most of the people that are the most passionate, the most familiar with Pillar Point Harbor live along the coast. So I would think that that would then kind of throw everybody that really has a real passion in the same election, as opposed to slicing the districts the other way. Potentially would perhaps break that up and give the coastal interests more opportunities to participate in the process than if they all had to compete in the same district. But I mean, that's only a thought, just that it seems to make sense to me to keep it as close to the way it is now. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Commissioner Reiering.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Bill. And I agree with Tom too. I've followed this process before I was on the board. And so I actually spent quite a bit of time watching the process and the presentations. And the solution that the Harbor District came up with these swaths across the county, each one containing a coastal, bunch of coastal cities, and then mid-peninsula cities, and then cities along the bay side, has garnered a lot of compliments from other agencies, including Board of Supervisors. So yeah, I'm strongly in support of keeping it as close to what it is as we can. I don't know if we can vote on it today, but I'd be for that if we could. No, Trisha's shaking her head.
No.
Okay.
Commissioner Matoush, I see that your hand is up. I'm not sure if it's a new hand that's being raised or if it's the old one that hasn't been put down.
'Twas a new one. I just
Okay.
wanted to relate to Commissioner Zemke. One of the beauties that when we set this up the first time is every single district had bay, every single district had ocean. And that was one of the bases that we used for decision making.
Commissioner Lorenz?
Hi, it's nice to see you again. You did a great job the first time. It's good to see you here for the round 2 for this. I appreciate you being here. I'd like to know a little bit more about Plan C, that change in the little nub down at the bottom on C. It's C in my picture here. If you could just give me a little more information. And then before you do, I'd like to say that while we may all agree on what we like right now, I'd like to have a chance to hear from the public before we vote. And by that, I mean, I'd like to give the public some time to consume this. And I'm a little surprised that we're in such a hurry. This is something that even though we had an extensive process last time and you absolutely did a great job for us, just rushing it through doesn't feel right to me. I'd rather see it at our next meeting at the very least. Give the public some time and let people know that may have an interest that this redistricting that we're considering these maps, throwing it in an agenda for a meeting that happens in the middle of the day doesn't seem right to me.
Well, I'll speak to the map question that you had, and let me share my screen again, and I think I know where you're looking. I think it seems as though you're looking, oh, I lost it there. Let me just go back down to it. So in draft plan C, are you talking about this nub down here in the district?
Yes.
So that's Half Moon Bay. When you look at the city boundaries for Half Moon Bay, it's going down and capturing that. And they see the same nub up here in this little weird thing in an E. That's Redwood City. Redwood City has these has this weird arching thing that comes out.
Mm-hmm.
So when I talked about following governmental lines, it allows you to kind of have that justification as to why a district looks the way it does. So if somebody said like, well, geez, look at that, that must be a gerrymander. Well, you can say, well, no, it's actually the exterior boundaries of Redwood City. Right. And the same thing with this nub. Somebody could say, aha, you're drawing this district because you want to go all the way down to somebody's house or something. It's like, no, it's just the boundaries of Half Moon Bay.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Makes a lot of sense.
I am going to take public comment, so Ed, don't worry about that. But I did want to I have a question for you, Paul, regarding our existing map. Does this map actually allows us to keep a minority district in District 1 with an Asian population? Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And so I believe in the 2020 census for this county, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I might be wrong, was that the fastest growing demographic group in San Mateo County?
I would have to look at that for the county. We didn't do the county redistricting, but we did see that being a fast growing group in cities within the county, because we did a number of redistrictings, San Mateo, Burlingame, Redwood City, and saw those kind of impacts in those cities. But I can't definitively speak for the county as a whole.
Okay, I mean, because I kind of followed the county redistricting for the supervisorial lines, and that's what I heard. And
Maybe.
so Yeah, I mean, yeah, and so I just didn't know if you had different data or information. I mean, so for me, that's a big factor, not that, it's the only factor, but I think it's a benefit for keeping the lines, just to, to have the county reflective of, the shift in demographics, because 10 years ago, I don't think that was the case. And I think this is the case here. So, I concur with what everyone else was saying about the first or the map that we drew a couple years ago, or a few years ago. The legislative intent was to have every district touch both coasts, the bay side and the coast side. And I think that does that. It also keeps within the standard of deviation, and it also keeps, I think, this majority minority district, which is for me kind of important. But I am going to open public comment now for this particular item. I don't see any hands raised, but if you would like to make a public comment, this is the time to do so. So please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised, Melanie, but I'm not sure I'm capturing the entire screen. So if you see anyone, please let me know.
There are no one's hand is raised.
Okay, so any other commissioner comments or questions?
Yeah, I'd like to clarify my comment if I may.
Please.
And that is with respect to public comments. Again, it's fine that we ask people to give comments today, but we did not advertise this as nothing more than a regular Harbor District meeting, and the folks that watch our regular Harbor District meetings normally have something going on that's of interest to them specifically, and they're not necessarily aware that we're talking about redistricting. So I would not be happy about voting today for this. It makes no sense to me. I'd like to see some measure of advertisement to our public that in February we would be voting for something.
Well, if I remember correctly, Commissioner Lorenas, last month, this came to us, and it was, in my memory, the process was laid out, and that's why we aren't necessarily voting on the map, but we would be presented with the map. And last time, I think that, at least I didn't know, that the maps were included in our package. And that's why we're here today with the presentation of map options versus just having voted on or, not having any options. So this process started last month. This is the third or the second of 3 months where this process has happened or it continues to happen. And so today we would not be doing anything, I don't think, without any appropriate notice, since this process started last month. So with all due respect, I differ with my opinion from yours.
President Corrali, if I may.
Yes, yeah, because there is a public comment question in here, but yes.
Just for the process, the board can't select a single map and say done today. We have to have it
Right.
forward to February's board meeting. So
Right.
We're going to be doing that. What the board decides today, they can decide 1 or 2 or 3 maps to move forward to the public hearing in February. In addition, following this board meeting, we'll send out our monthly newsletter, which will highlight the board's activities, including this, with a link to the maps that are presented today.
Right. So what I'm saying, Jim, is this is a 3-month process at a minimum, and this is the
Correct.
second month of the 3-month process. So we do have a question I see from Bruce McPhillips, who's asking, and Paul, maybe you can help answer this question. I don't see Paul here. Oh, the question is, how does redistricting affect Oyster Point Marina, which is in South San Francisco, Paul, just so that you can have a perspective on your maps.
Yeah, so Oyster Point Arena, Oyster Point was part of the discussion, I believe, in 2018 when we did this map.
Mhm.
And as I recall, there's actually 2 districts that kind of intersect right there. I want to say that from memory, one district takes in kind of the entrance to the marina, and the other one takes in the marina itself. But in terms of like operational functioning or any of the process of what happens there, the redistricting doesn't affect anything except where the election precincts will be that are going to be conducting the election for those directors. It's merely, you can think of redistricting as being operative one day every 2 years. That's on election day. That's really the only function for the districts, is to manage the elections.
I still have public comment open. So if anyone else would like to make a public comment, you can do so by raising your hand or putting a question in the chat, like the last public comment. Otherwise, I'll also continue opening up questions or having commissioners ask questions of Paul, if you have any. Okay, so I don't see any more public comments. Melanie, do you see any public comment or hands raised for public comment?
Nope.
Okay, so at this point, are there any more commissioner comments? Commissioner Lorenz, I see that you're unmute, so if you have another comment to make, this would be the time.
I'd like to thank Jim for that clarification. My concern was based on 2 of our commissioners actually asking to vote on this. So I'm very happy to hear that what the plan actually is. I'm still not happy that we're going to be doing this meeting during the middle of the day where not all our public can attend.
Well, we have about 16 people in attendance right now. So there is another chance next month to have more public comment, but right now it
Well,
sounds like, Paul, that we can, the options are we can identify a map or maps or not identify a map. Is that correct? To move forward to next month.
Yeah, you can think of this as an opportunity to basically just set the agenda for the next meeting. So
Yes.
you could say that 1 or 2 of these maps or more that you want to have on your next agenda, and at your next agenda it'll be set as an agenda item to take action and end up passing one of those plans, or voting to affirm that you're going to maintain the existing lines, and no matter what you choose to do, we'll be the ones that work with the county registrar to get that implemented for you.
And so just let me ask you this one question, Paul. So how long does that last leg of the process take for y'all to work with the county to I guess, firm up the maps, the final map?
It doesn't take long. We'll package the data together. There's some GIS files, some technical documentation. We'll want to get from you a copy of the final agenda, the vote, and so on for the, so the county registrar has it and knows that we're transmitting the files that were based on your action. Sometimes there will be a little back and forth. It has to do with dealing with parcels. So the last time we did your redistricting, some of the census block lines would like cross the front lawn of somebody's parcel. And so we'd have to work with the county to deal with any of those little technical things. But the county's really not going to pick this up and start implementing this until after the June primary. So they'll have it well in advance of when they actually need it. And we're going to be working with the county on 6 different redistrictings in the county. So this will just be a part of that process.
Okay, so let me just clarify. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what we can or can't do. So we're just we're doing this hearing to look at the proposed maps and identify map to be considered. So can we today say that we have a preference for a map or maps or whatever, but we're not voting on the final map? We're just saying that we favor a map to be moved forward to the February agenda. Is that correct, Tricia?
That's correct. You
Okay,
can
so
give
we
direction
can
for the
say-
consultant to come back with a map of your preference to be considered at a public hearing in February.
I'm sorry, say that again, Tricia.
You can give direction to the consultant to come back with a map that you'd like to consider at a public hearing, or maps to consider at your public hearing in February.
Okay, so I saw Commissioner Mathush's hand up. Tom, your hand is down now. I don't know if you want to make your comment or not make your comment.
Now, I'd like to just make a motion that we have the consultant proceed next month with the favored map that we've got now and any other incidental cleanup and report back to us. But at this point, I'd like to see that the preferred map, the 9.1% map remains our preferred map.
So that, just so I'm clear, that's the minimal map, the minimal change map. That's the first one that also keeps the majority minority district in place. Is that correct, Paul? The minimal
Yes.
change map, or, okay, Tom, I mean,
Yes, absolutely.
so Tricia, can Commissioner Mathush even make that motion?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
that's on your agenda for today.
That's okay. Is there a second? There is a motion that Commissioner Mathush made. Is there a second to that
We'll
motion?
second that.
Okay, so let me just be clear that the motion is that that for the February agenda, that the preferred map that this commission should move forward is the minimal change map that Paul Mitchell outlined to us. Or for us. Is that correct, Commissioner Mathush?
Correct. Yes.
Okay,
Chair
any,
Corrali, and,
yes,
Mr. Mitchell can correct me. The first map that he presented was our existing boundaries with no changes.
the minimal
sec-
change.
No changes, because we have to keep that's our existing boundary. The
I,
second map he presented was a map that was some minimal changes from our existing boundary. So that's the second map.
map
But I
A.
believe Commissioner Mathush and Commissioner Reiering were asked to vote on. It was our original map of that has a 9.1 deviation. Am I correct, Mr. Mitchell?
I think getting that clarification would be nice because you're right. The first map I showed was the existing lines. The second map I showed was map A, which was the alternative that we developed where we made slight, tiny little modifications and brought that deviation down to 8.9. So if you could make sure we're clear on which one of those two we're going to move forward, that would make sure that we got the right map for you.
So Commissioner Mathush, you had mentioned the deviation of 9.1, but I just want to make sure that you got the correct maps in mind.
Well, would it be appropriate to say that we'll look at 9.1 and 8.9 and decide at the February meeting?
Yes.
Yes, we could do that.
All
So
right.
do you want to amend your motion for,
I'm going
to
to amend my
include the,
motion to consider the 9.1 and the 8.9 map. Have a little follow-up discussion on the differences, and we will choose the district boundaries at the February meeting.
okay, Commissioner Zemke, that's basically Commissioner Mathush has amended his motion. So do you
Yes, I'll second.
second that? Okay. Okay, any other discussion by commissioners on that? Commissioner Lorenz, you're unmuted. If you'd like to ask a question or add your 2 cents, this would be the time.
No, I'm fine with that suggestion.
Okay, and I'll take public comment now also for that motion that Commissioner Mathush made and Commissioner Zemke seconded. Now, I don't see, if you'd like to make a public comment for this motion, please raise your hand or type it into the chat box. I don't see anything. Melanie, can you just double check?
Yep, no public comment.
Okay, then let's do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Mathush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Commissioner Lorenz,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang Corrali,
Aye.
Commissioner Reiring.
Hi.
So that motion carries. And so Jim, what to do, right? Our direction is to bring back those two maps. The first one is the deviation of 9.1%, and the second one is the deviation of 8.9%. So those two maps will be presented at the February meeting. And at that time, which is the third month of this 3-month process, the board will vote on the final map for the next, from the 20, based off of the 2020 census.
Yes, and so that the 9.1 and 8.9 as presented by Mr. Mitchell is our existing voting districts, and then map A
Yes.
that are on our website.
So, Paul, will you be at that meeting or not?
It's up to you. I presume that we could definitely have me or other staff zoom into the meeting for that. But it's also something that it has been in the past, sometimes when it's up for a final vote, that when we were in person, we would like linger and hide in the back because we don't want to give the impression that things are still open to change and that, we are here to modify lines. So it might be that you just have it as a simple agenda item, and then we have staff or myself just log in and monitor. And if you needed us to answer any questions, you could pop us into the meeting to address any questions if that comes up. Otherwise, you'll just have the maps in front of you and you can select and vote.
Okay, so I think that the issue that Commissioner Matoush brought up was just to also try to understand the differences between the maps. So I don't know if you can kind of hang around just to answer
Sure.
questions, or even kind of give a brief summary on the difference. That might be helpful
Okay,
to us. Okay, so then we'll see you in February.
sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Take care.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Okay, moving on to item 13, regulating use of facilities for the offload of fish and adopting fees in connection with such activities. Jim.
Good afternoon again, President Corral and Commissioners. As you know, this issue is a continuation from the December 15th, 2021 board meeting. The Harbor Board presented several questions which they wanted addressed prior to voting on the issues presented in the December 15th staff report. Again, there are 4 separate but related issues being presented: commercial activity permits for visiting fishing vessels, commercial activity permits for non-leasing wholesale fish buyers, and wholesale offloads from the commercial floating docks and authorized users of the public hoist at Pillar Point Harbor. In addition, staff is recommending the addition of wharfage fees as required by or as allowed by District Ordinance Code 310-160. The board at the December meeting did approve a motion to limit the public hoist, issue 4, to equipment and supplies only. However, based on the new information and facts, and the fact that the public hoist is an important and integral aspect to consider the other issues identified above, it's being introduced here for possible reconsideration by the Harbor Commission. And providing that, my recommendation to the board is to hear all 4 issues in addition to the wharfage fee and make motions all at once so they can be in line with each other. The first issue, visiting fishing vessels and the enforcement of the San Mateo County Harbor District Ordinance Code 510010C, which currently requires visiting fishing vessels to first obtain a commercial activity permit before offloading their catch to the leasing fish buyers. At the December meeting, the board voiced an opinion of removing that requirement. To eliminate that requirement for a visiting fishing vessel to obtain a commercial activity permit, the board would have to approve an amendment to the ordinance code. And the recommended amendment, I will show it on my share my screen, is up on your screen now. And you'll notice that there's a few changes from what was published in my staff report. The change I'm recommending is for this ordinance is vessels within the harbor or marinas of the district shall not be used for any commercial purposes unless a permit is first obtained from the district. In the case of a commercial fishing vessel, the payment of, delete the words berthing fees to the district and, so the sentence would read, payment of appropriate fishing permit fees to the state of California or the US government constitutes permission to conduct commercial fishing operations, excluding any wholesale buying or on the premises, and adding the words, which requires a separate commercial activity permit issued by the district. And off the boat direct sales to the end consumer from a commercial fishing vessel shall require a separate commercial activity permit issued by the district. The impact of this ordinance change should be minimal, given the district does not enforce or the requirement for visiting fishing vessels to obtain a permit before offloading. The recommended motion for the board to amend section 510.010C is amend section 510.010 of the ordinance code to allow wholesale commercial offloads without commercial activity permits. Direct staff to publish notice in the newspaper of general circulation within the district for not less than 20 days prior to ordinance code amendment adoption, and place the resolution to amend the section 510.010 for consideration on the agenda for the February 16th, 2022 district board meeting. Does the board have any questions with respect to visiting fishing vessels and the requirement to obtain a commercial activity permit?
Commissioners, any questions? So I have a question, Jim. What is, and I think it's pretty clear, but I just want it to be, more, I guess, to hear it out here in terms of legislative intent. What is considered a visiting fishing vessel?
A visiting fishing vessel is a fishing vessel that does not pay berthing fees to the district.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions of Jim or comments? Commissioner Lorenz, I see that you're unmuted. I'm not trying to pick on you, but if you have a question or comment, this would be the time to make them or ask the question.
No question at this moment.
Okay, so I'm going to take each one of these motions separately for public comment as well, because I know the public cares about these issues. So I'm going to open up public comment for this first motion. And if you have a public comment that you would like to make, please raise your hand or please type it in the chat. Okay, I see a William McHenry. You have 2 minutes. You're on mute. I don't know if you can hear us. Is this Porter McHenry? Mr. McHenry, you're on mute. If your hand is raised and you've been called on and you have 2 minutes to make public comment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's Porter. It's actually my middle name.
Hi, Porter.
I with the I just had the question about the wholesale fish buying off a visiting vessel. Just that kind of language in that ordinance is confusing. Seems to me like it allows a visiting vessel to start purchasing fish wholesale out of the harbor. So just maybe Jim could clarify that for me so I'm reading it right.
President Crawley, would you like me to address that?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. McHenry.
You are right. It allows a visiting fish vessel to come in and buy fish wholesale in Pillar Point Harbor. But to do that, they'll need a separate commercial activity permit. And right now, the district does not have the resources or the space to be able to allow that. In addition, our ordinances prohibit the transshipment of fish or crab in our inside Pillar Point Harbor. So I
Okay,
didn't the authority to do it was already in the ordinance. I didn't remove it. I just left it in there. Then I added off the boat fish sales to make sure it's clear that you need a separate commercial activity permit. But again, the district is not issuing commercial activity permits to visiting fishing vessels.
okay.
So, oh, go on.
Yeah, I know on the original one, it just said excluding that right, and now it's kind of that they could offer a permit. And if I read that correct, and just wondering about that, and if there's any need to have that in there at all. And that's my done with my comment on that one.
Thank you. So I have a question, Jim. So the, I'm trying to pull up the actual ordinance that we had in our packet versus what you're proposing. What made you make these edits and changes to the current motion that was in our packet?
I just went back to the original verbiage of the ordinance, because the original verbiage of the ordinance said excluding, the ordinance says you can do commercial fishing activities in the harbor, excluding the wholesale buying, unless you get permission and a permit from the district. So I just left that in there. I didn't mean to change it originally. And then I added the off the boat sales. Right now, there's another ordinance that says you can't transship in Pillar Point Harbor. So the only way a commercial fishing vessel would do wholesale buying of fish food would be through a hoist at the end of the pier.
Okay. Any other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Lorenz?
Yes, thank you. I was puzzled by that too. Wouldn't it be just more straightforward to not have that language in this? Just remove it? That's a question for Jim, I think.
With the respect to the wholesale fish buying,
Yeah.
It's my opinion, it's required because the ordinance above says if you pay your permitting fees, you don't need a commercial activity permit to do commercial fishing operations. Commercial fishing operations include the wholesale buying and selling of fish, either from a vessel to other vessels. So the district was clear that you have to get an additional permit if you want to conduct the commercial fishing operation of wholesale buying.
Yeah,
So I
my
think it
problem,
needs to be in there. We can delete the words, which requires a separate commercial activity permit issued by the district.
So can I just ask a clarifying thing? And let me just clarify something, Commissioner Lorenz, you brought up something that triggered my thinking. So this amended motion is one of the alternatives. So it sounds like to me, Jim, there are two alternatives. The original one that was in our packet and this one is, right? So we can vote on either one. This is the one that you're recommending.
And if
Although,
we can change the one that's on the screen, on your screen right now.
well,
So
I
if
don't even see it on the screen. That's the problem. It's not on the
Let me
screen.
hold on. I
So
apologize.
we literally had a glance of the amended motion. Because I was very comfortable with the first motion. Ed, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So hopefully that kind of helps you think through that there might be more than one option here.
So taking Commissioner Lorenz's comments, we could delete the highlighted words there, which say, which requires a separate commercial activity permit, and just simply say, conduct fishing operations, excluding any wholesale buying on premises.
Or keep the original wording that was in the packet.
I have that also. If you would like me to show it.
Yeah, that'd be great to be able to compare it side by side on the screen. So, Commissioner Lorenz, I didn't mean to interrupt, but we do have a couple of hands raised from the public. If you, well, now
I'd
they're
like to
not.
hear.
Would you like to hear that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. So, Lisa Damrosch, her hand was raised, and then there was another hand that was raised, and I don't see it raised anymore. So I don't know if he would like to make a public comment, but if he would, you can raise your hand again. But right now we have Lisa Damrosch. Lisa, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? So I guess maybe we should start with some definitions of what's what here. Commercial fishing is the act of fishing for product that is going to be sold into market, different than recreational fishing, which is fish that you go out and catch and come home and eat, and you cannot legally sell. I'm perplexed now, as I've read this multiple times, to hear Jim talk about a visiting vessel being a buyer. I'm totally confused by that. I think this is getting more confusing than it needs to be. To me, vessels want to come into this harbor with the catch that they have caught and sell it. I believe the new off the dock sales prohibits that for non-berth holders. So a non-berth holding vessel already can't conduct retail sales under the approved dock sales program. You're about to discuss commercial activities permits for non-lessee fish buyers. If that option is chosen today, a vessel can't be a wholesale buyer either. So, I mean, I don't get it. And I think this language leaves things open for a lot of interpretation. That is how we get into trouble, when things are not clear and not easily enforceable. So those are my thoughts on that.
Thank you. And there was another hand raised by somebody. So again, if you'd like to make a public comment or have a question or would prefer to put it in the chat box, please do so. Otherwise, I'll continue with the commissioner's discussion on this issue. Commissioner Lorenz, I don't know if that helped you, the public comment, but if you'd like to
Yeah, of course.
continue.
I'd like to finish up with that. I
Please.
think Lisa read my mind on this, that we need to make these, whatever we decide to do, it needs to be clear so that, and if we have a hard time understanding it when we're having these discussions, the public's not going to have an easy time of it either. So these need to be consistent and clear. And with respect to what we're talking about right now, I think just excluding it is better. Then we're not, then it's very clear.
Excluding what? The language and looking at the original language that was in our packet? Is that what you're saying?
Well, saying, however you write it, just make it clear that boats coming in cannot buy fish for commercial use like that. Then it's no question. It's not, oh, and if you need to get a permit, but we're not issuing permits, that just doesn't make sense to me. So if you guys can write it in a way that's simple and doesn't imply that a fishing vessel can come in and purchase fish to sell elsewhere, that would be great.
So if I address your concerns, Commissioner Lorenz, in the comments made by Lisa, in Porter with that, the sentence would read, the state of California to conduct commercial fishing operations, excluding any wholesale buying on premises, and not add the words that I have highlighted in gray.
Right.
Okay.
Well, so let me ask you this then, Jim, kind of piggybacking on what Commissioner Lorenz is asking. Why even, maybe you have in your original motion in the packet that we had, which I can pull up. Basically, hold on. Hold on, I'm trying to pull up this motion. Well,
It's on the screen, Commissioner Crawley.
basically you would eliminate berthing fees to the district. And, right?
Right.
And then, and based on Commissioner Lorenz's comments, you would take out the language in blue. Is that
And,
correct?
And the one, on the screen is the original one I put up there, which after reading it multiple times, same with Lisa, over the weekend of preparing for this meeting, I realized that this was an error and it was confusing. So then I rewrote it and I'll show that screen for you to this model. The writing in black is the original language of the ordinance. The writing in blue is added words by staff, and the line crossed out, and the yellow highlighted are words that I'm recommending that we delete.
I understand. I am reading what's in the board packet right now.
Okay.
And so to me, what this says for motion one, that is basically outlining the legislative intent, which we're trying to put out there now, right? So you have amend section 5.10.010 of the ordinance to allow wholesale commercial offloads without a commercial activity permit. And so if that is, and it goes on to say direct staff to publish notice in a newspaper, all of the procedural things, right? But really, it sounds like the legislative intent is to allow wholesale commercial offloads without a commercial activity permit, which I believe last month, the fish buyers brought up that if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, they brought up that if they're going to have people or commercial fishing vessels offload to them as a a business transaction, that the vessels loading or offloading to them should not be charged that commercial activity permit because it is more transitory than anything, and it would be double charging, right? So
That's my understanding.
Right, that's how I understood this. And so okay, so this ordinance on here is not what you're suggesting, because this ordinance still has the blue.
This ordinance that's on the screen is my rewrite that I did. And it's very similar to the other one. The only exception is the existing ordinance that is published allows for visiting fishing vessels due to commercial onloads of wholesale fish if they have a permit from the district. And now the board, sounds with discussions of the board and the public, the district is interested in excluding any wholesale buying on the premises by a fishing vessel.
Well,
So-
yeah,
and
I
that's-
mean, that's been discussed before because that's the privilege of being a tenant as a fish buyer. I mean, they're paying the rent, they've done all this other stuff. So that's, we've gone through a process of vetting them as well. And so that's the privilege of being a tenant that's actually paying full price for a lot of things that, we require. So there is a public comment that Lisa Damrosch has now put in the chat box, which asks, can an out-of-town vessel conduct off the boat retail sales with a separate permit as noted in the ordinance? I thought that was not allowed in the November 2021 approved permit. I mean, we did a whole thing in November on all of that with a couple of appendices and all of that. So
Right. That was for off the boat sales. And what we're
Right.
talking about is during that board meeting, the district did prohibit the issuance of off the boat sales caps to visiting fishing vessels. But that's a separate issue from here of a visiting fishing vessel under this ordinance as published would have the authority to do wholesale buying of fish in Pillar Point if they had a permit to do it. Right now, there's no permit to do it. But if we
do
want to
what?
eliminate that
Wholesale buying?
altogether, we can delete the language which requires a separate commercial activity permit issued by the district.
okay,
I have a suggestion.
please.
Maybe Jim, you could outline what we're doing here, because there's several motions that are happening, and what I'm hearing in the discussions is that things are getting a little confused.
Well, Commissioner Lorenz, let me just clarify, this is the first motion. Are you saying that is being recommended? There hasn't been a motion to approve the language for motion number 1.
That's
So
right.
and I was going to take each motion separately. So are
Right,
you
which
saying we
is-
should combine them?
No. What I'm
Okay.
saying is that there is confusion about what we're doing here. And so it may be useful to just say that here's topic 1, topic 2, topic 3 that we're taking, so that they don't get confused, because
Right.
we're talking about some things that are that are on the list.
Okay, I got it. Okay,
But
so
Jim, could
I
you
agree
outline
with
it
you.
for everyone to be clear, including us.
Right.
So if I
Yes.
can,
Good
Commissioner
point.
Crowley,
I'm sorry, Jim?
if I can address that real quick.
Yes, please, because I have a comment to piggyback on Commissioner Lorenz's.
So the only topic we're talking about right now is issue 1, and that is the board's direction to provide a suggested amendment to the board for consideration. Removing the requirement of a visiting fishing vessel to obtain a commercial activity permit. While I was in that paragraph, 510010C, I also took the opportunity to clarify a few points, to include the off the boat direct sales, just to highlight they need to have a commercial activity permit, and also left the requirement excluding any wholesale buying on premises without a commercial activity permit. But the board is now discussing, and what Porter and Lisa brought up was that why not just eliminate the commercial activity permits for the wholesale buying in on premises by a commercial fishing vessel. To do that, we simply delete the words, or they're added words anyway, which requires a separate commercial activity permit issued by the district. So the sentence would actually read, in the case of a commercial fishing vessel, the payment of appropriate fishing permit fees to the state of California or the U.S. government constitutes permission to conduct commercial fishing operations, excluding any wholesale buying on premises. And that's specifically commercial fishing vessels, both domestic and are both home ported and visiting fishing vessels. That does not prevent the lessees from doing wholesale buying.
So I guess what I was a little confused on, based on Commissioner Lorenz's comments, wasn't that I agree that we need to take each of these motions individually, which is what I plan to do. I thought that Commissioner Lorenz meant that we should look at a lot of this particular ordinance so that we have a clear definition of what exactly what we're doing. I don't want this to be mission creep. And I mean, not to jump ahead, But the hoist issue is, in my opinion, a mission creep issue. And now that we have an opportunity to clarify and clean up the ordinances, we should make sure that the legislative intent, because this is a legislative body, is very clear so that there's easy enforcement. There's no questions, with or other birth holders. I mean, whatever. So, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I think you brought up a good point, but I was looking at this particular ordinance and I wanted to take this kind of step by step, which is the reason I asked for the definition of a fishing vessel. And, so, and anyway, I don't mind taking off the language that you've crossed out so far, but you also have off the boat direct sales to the end consumer from a commercial fishing vessel shall require a separate commercial activity permit issued by the district. So even though we're not trying to mesh all of these motions together, I mean, we have off the boat sales. I mean, it's not on here per se, but the commercial activity permit issue is on here. I think in the third motion, I think that's right. Right.
And the reason I added it to the end of this ordinance is because as long as you pay your permit fees, you're authorized to conduct commercial fishing operations. And the selling of your fish could be defined as commercial fishing operations, because you're doing your end purpose of selling your catch to earn an income. So I added off the boat sales, direct sales to require a commercial activity permit.
I think now that I've read this thing about 8 times, I understand it. It goes from very broad to very narrow.
Yes.
Okay, so Commissioner Wiring, what do you think? I mean, I'm not trying to put you on the spot either, because I mean, I understand that it goes from very broad to very narrow,
It's
but
a very broad ordinance that says vessels within the harbor or the marinas of the district have to have a commercial, have to have the appropriate fishing permit fees to the state of California or the US government in order to conduct commercial fishing operations, excluding any wholesale buying on the premises. But if there are off the boat direct sales to the end consumer from a commercial fishing vessel, then that shall require a separate commercial activity permit.
issued by the district, right?
Yeah. Almost think these should be like 3 sentences separated by double spacing.
Commissioner Lorenas?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but it seems to me that it would be much more clear to leave the off the boats direct sales to the end consumer from a commercial fishing vessel out. And then we're going to talk about that in our next motion. That will be another
Opportunity.
Whatever ordinance. It'll be another ordinance that says either we allow this or not, and we're taking up that topic next. That's my opinion.
I agree. I mean, because this first one is about visiting fishing vessels and removing the requirement for commercial activity permits.
But it is an important caveat. That's why it's there. It's an important caveat to this ordinance. Here's what's required. Pardon me?
Hold on, let me just have Commissioner Wiring finish her thoughts, Jim, and then
There's this broad ordinance that says, got to get the appropriate fees paid to the state or the US government. And the caveat that's important is, and by the way, if you get that permit and then you come in and you're having off the boat sales, you're also going to have to buy this permit from us at the district. I think it's important that it's in there.
But we haven't discussed yet whether we're going to agree to allow off the boat sales for commercial.
Well, you're right. You're right.
and so I think what Commissioner Lorenas is saying is that's the second motion 2, which is the other item.
Well, that's absolutely right.
Which is commercial activity permits for non-lessee commercial fish buyers. I'm assuming that's right, Commissioner Lorenas. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but Is that how you're separating things?
That's right.
Okay, Jim, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wanted Nancy to finish her thoughts.
And I concur with everything that Commissioner Ryrie just said with respect to goes to very broad to very narrow. At the beginning of the ordinance, it talks about all vessels, commercial vessels such as fishing vessels or 6-packs, passenger vessels. Any vessel that's conducting business in the harbor needs a commercial or needs a permit to do that business activity. The second sentence is referring to commercial fishing vessels and that they pay a permit fee to the US government and to the state of California. And we're, as the district, saying by payment of those fees, it constitutes permission from the district to conduct commercial fishing operations in the harbor. That can include unloading or loading, wholesale or commercial sales. And then I get very specific with respect to off the boat sales, saying off the boat sales, even though it is considered operations of selling your product, you still need to have a separate permit. And we're also banning wholesale buying on the premises from commercial fishing vessels or to buy commercial fishing vessels. So that's how that's reading. The second issue, Ed, in which we're discussing non-leasee fish buyers, is a question to wholesale only. It's not commercial. So it's wholesale selling of your product or purchasing of the product, where off the boat sales is not wholesale, it is commercial to the end user, which is two different issues. So we won't be discussing off the boat sales in the next motion because it's not related to wholesale sale of fish and crab.
Okay.
Hopefully that was
yeah.
clear.
That's clear. Yes. So I'm just thinking before, I mean, at first I was thinking we would take each motion and make a decision on each motion. But I'm wondering if we should just look at the overall situation and have you go through each motion, Jim, so that we can get the big picture and see how all of these things fit in, all of these separate motions fit together. I mean, I'm open to any, however the commissioners want to look at this. I just think Commissioner Lorena's kind of flagged something for me where, you know, we were looking at one thing and it wasn't clear on another thing that was kind of put in together with the first motion. And so
Yeah.
what
Commissioner-
would the commit, sorry, Jim, go on.
And I just want to mention, that was my original recommendation because all the 5 issues are interrelated with each other. Discuss them one at a time, but when it comes to vote on the motions, do it all at once so that the board is making a decision that is concurrent throughout all 5 decisions.
Well, normally I would agree with that, except that one of the motions about the public hoist has been brought up again as for a reconsideration, which, I mean, I was gonna make the motion to not reconsider that. And I mean, I don't want to get off topic, but you know, I just don't know if
And one of the
things would be disjointed if we did it that way.
one of the motions on that issue is to take no action.
I
So,
understand.
But
But I
it's
mean,
not
the
even a
fact that
motion,
we're
it's just
even
take no action.
Well, I want to make it very clear that the board did not want to reconsider this. And so it's been brought back. And anyway, so the point is that I just didn't want things to be disjointed, but I see Commissioner Lorena's hand up. So Ed?
Okay, Jim, thanks for clarifying. You're right, I had confused the language. However, I'm still wondering if it doesn't make sense to remove that and put it as another ordinance, because as Lisa pointed out, I think it was Lisa, she pointed out that we already don't allow visiting vessels to come and sell commercial to the end user. And like you said, that you start off very broad, vessels within the harbor or marina. So that includes our lease people that have their boats at the harbor, and also people that just have floated in. Does that make sense?
Thinking on adding it was just to make sure that it's very clear. It's not a requirement to add it because under our overall general regulations for caps under 510.010, it states that commercial activities have to have a permit, and off the boat sale is a commercial activity.
Yeah, it just seems to me that it's much simpler to have it as a separate ordinance that distinctly says no visiting vessel or vessels shall do off-boat sales.
Well, that's kind of what I said, Ed, in terms of looking at the actual motion in the staff report. The title is visiting fishing vessels, removing the requirement for commercial activity permit. So it sounds like we're saying the same thing,
Could be.
and that you're asking for the removal of language so that we're actually focused on the actual intent that was in this first motion. Is that correct? If you read the staff report part, I mean, that's the
Yep.
title of the motion, visiting fishing vessels, removing requirement for commercial activity permit.
Yep.
Taking that into consideration, President Corrali, I simply put a period after buying on premises and removed all words afterwards.
So, not to hog up the conversation, but I would like to hear from Commissioner Riley, not to put you on the spot, Nancy, but you brought up a very good point about going from broad to narrow. But does this language that Jim is putting in there, or editing based on my comments and concerns and Commissioner Arenas' comments and concerns, does that make it more clear?
Let's see, let's read this as soon as he gets it done. I think it needs, I personally think it needs the caveat.
My point was that the caveat will be the next ordinance.
Yeah, that'd be good. I
And
mean,
that
if
would
it
make it
really
clear.
follows directly so that it's very clear to anyone that this concerns, that the permit from the district, the cap is required.
Right, so I agree with Commissioner Arenas that the caveat would be another ordinance.
Well, so would it be a sub ordinance here, like just what, I don't have the,
Yeah, that's a good question.
so
And
that
we
it
can,
follow
look-
directly.
if that's the board's desire, we can come back with an ordinance change that specifically states that. That might be a better place in a different part of the commercial activity permit ordinance and not in subparagraph C.
But does it change the legislative intent, Jim, by removing that caveat as Commissioner Reiring puts it?
No, because the intent, is my understanding, is that the board wants to remove the requirement of visiting fishing vessels requiring a cap. By deleting the words berthing fees to the district, and that removes that requirement. So visiting fishing vessels no longer need a cap to offload. And then the board and the public discussed excluding any wholesale buying on premises, which the original ordinance allowed. but required a cap for that. But we're going to remove that altogether and delete the word which requires a commercial activity permit issued by the district. And we can come back at a later time with the off the boat sales requirement to make sure it's clear. And I believe that's better at the beginning of that section and not the end where this paragraph is.
Again, so just defining visiting vessels, that means those that don't pay a berthing fee.
Correct.
I mean, these are, they're just basically temporarily.
Now, any vessel, either a vessel home ported in Pillar Point Harbor or home ported outside of Pillar Point Harbor, can come to Pillar Point Harbor and offload with the tenant fish buyers or the leasing fish buyers.
Commissioner Matoush, I see your hand up.
Okay, let me see if I put my hand down. So it's my understanding that if you're going to come in to Pillar Point Harbor, you're going to pay fees. You've got in-tie fees, temporary slip fees. So it's just you're paying fees if you come into our harbor, no matter what. It's just whether you have a berth agreement or whether you're paying as a visiting vessel.
Is that a question for Jim?
Yes.
No, I agree with you, Tom, that they do pay visiting berthing fees, but we're talking people with the pay us berthing fees under a berthing agreement.
Okay, great. Got it. Thank you.
President
Commissioner
Chiancarelli and Jim, one thing that you might want to consider is just take action and give clear direction on what you want to allow or disallow. And then Jim and I can work to come back with language that makes it perfectly clear for an ordinance next time, so that we're not, trying to draft this. As we're working here, we can give it some thought and clearly reflect the changes that the board is directing be made. And I don't know if that works for your timing, Jim, or if you feel comfortable with the direction and drafting now, but just given some of the comments, that's one way we could approach it.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Tricia, the current ordinance is still in place, right?
That's right.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, Trish. This is a legal document in the end. And I for one, don't feel comfortable writing the legal document, but I did want to point out that what we would like to happen. And it needs, whatever you guys come up with, I know you'll get the intent correct, but it also has to be written in such a way that it's clear to our users and to the public.
So, I'm not sure I totally agree that yes, I can see how it can be a legal document, but this is the ordinance. And if you want to rewrite this, Jim, based on the intent.
Gosh, this shouldn't be this difficult.
I know,
Is
I
the
agree.
challenge that we don't know, where do we currently stand with regarding commercial activity permit for off the boat retail sales with non-tenant vessels? Jim?
They're not allowed.
And are we looking at that again later in this agenda today?
No.
So this is the only place we're looking at this.
And this doesn't affect that at all?
Well, so the challenge for the board right now is to decide whether or not to include the language that we are going to require a cap for visiting vessels.
The board has directed us at the last meeting to remove the requirement, which the draft ordinance does. And then also at this meeting, it appears the board has from my understanding of listening to the board, is to remove the requirement or remove the authority for a visiting fishing vessel or a fishing vessel to do commercial wholesale purchasing of seafood.
I see. Purchasing of seafood. Okay, well, maybe we
Which
should
is
have a
completely
motion.
unrelated to off the boat sales.
Got it.
Yeah, those are two separate issues.
Okay. So then that ordinance, as you've amended it in front of us right now, that seems very straightforward.
The one that's currently on the screen.
Right.
Without the caveat. Is that what you're talking about?
Right.
I agree. Okay, I see Commissioner Zemke's hand raised.
It's been a very interesting discussion. The only comment I have is in just reading this piece of the puzzle, could some people interpret commercial fishing operations as including both wholesale and end user retail?
Can't speak for others, but I believe that's what's happening.
Yeah, I think it might make sense to have address the off the boat sales in a separate one, but then make sure that this one is directly solely to the wholesale end of things.
That's a good point.
Yeah, very good point. Commissioner Lorenz, your hand is still up. I don't know if you still have another comment to make or it's just not lowered yet, which is fine if you have to make another comment. I don't want to miss you.
I lowered it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I did see a public comment or a hand raised for public comment. I don't know if that person wishes to make a public comment still, but if you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand or type it in the chat.
Did Lisa Damrosch's question get answered about out-of-town vessel conducting off-the-boat retail sales with a separate permit?
That's a separate issue and it's not allowed.
Okay,
Okay, so
thank you.
is it Sam Sieg or Sam Segway?
Yeah, Sigu.
Sigu, thank you. Thank you, Sam. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, the question that I had was basically, you were saying that visiting vessels are not going to be allowed to sell off the dock, period, even though they buy the same licensing to conduct a commercial fishing business in the state of California that we do. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the direction of the board at a board meeting last year.
Okay, well, I would watch yourselves with that, you know, seeing as how basically what you're saying is you're not allowed to conduct business in this harbor, even though you've paid the fees that you have to pay to the state of California. That might open you guys up for a lawsuit. So I would kind of watch it on that issue, because I do have some friends that are visiting fishermen that come to the harbor, pay the fees like Tom Machush actually had mentioned earlier. They pay the berthing fees, they pay the slip fees, they buy the dock sales permit. And now you're telling them that they are not allowed to come to this harbor to offload because they are not a leasee slip holder, correct?
They can come to the harbor and offload. They cannot do commercial off the dock sales.
Okay, well, I don't agree with that. That's a public comment, I guess, that I'll make, that I don't agree with that rule. And then I'll have some more questions for you guys down the road also. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, any other public comments on this particular motion? I don't, besides Mr. Segu, I don't see any other hands raised and he just lowered his hand. Why don't we move on to motion number 2? Which is the commercial activity permits for non-lessee commercial fish buyers. Jim?
stop sharing my screen. And okay, I'm on off mute. Issue 2. The second issue involves non-leasing fish buyers and the requirement for them to obtain a commercial activity permit in accordance with District Ordinance Code 510010 F3. The district has not issued any commercial activity permits for non-leasing fish buyers, nor has there been any applications submitted. Nonetheless, non-leasing commercial fish buyers are engaging with authority in the purchasing of wholesale seafood directly from fishers at Pillar Point Harbor. The district's current and past practice does not allow for non-leasing fish buyers on board Pillar Point Harbor, but to allow fishers who self-unload to unload to themselves for transport off of Pillar Point Harbor. The main purpose for blocking the issuance of non-leasing fish buyers relates to safety on Johnson Pier. If the district were to allow non-leasing fish buyers, the traffic on the pier would again increase and then increase the risk. The Johnson Pier Safety and Operational Plan also prevents vehicles on the pier that are not associated with leasing fish buyer operations on the pier terminus, thus restricting access to non-leasing fish buyers even if permits were issued. Staff's recommendation on December 15th was to continue with past practice and not allow non-leasing fish buyers on Pillar Point Harbor, while allowing vessels which pay a berthing fee to the district to self-unload themselves for transport off Pillar Point Harbor, and that remains staff's recommendation. Staff's providing the 2 options to the board to consider with respect to non-leasing fish buyers. To allow non-leasing fish buyers, the board does not need to take any action at all, as the ordinance already provides for the issuance of commercial activity permits to non-leasing fish buyers. To prohibit and continue with our current practice of denying any application for a commercial activity permit to non-leasing fish buyers, staff recommends section 510010 F3 be deleted. Paragraph F3 states in part, commercial activity permits for non-leasing commercial fish buyers shall be obtained by submitting completed applications at either the Pillar Point Harbor office or district administration office for review by the general manager. The potential motions or actions as they relate to issue 3 with non-leasing fish buyers. Again, if you want to continue to allow commercial fish buyers, no action is necessary. But if you want to maintain current practices and prohibit commercial activity permits, the motion would be amend section 510010 of the ordinance code to remove the authority to issue commercial activity permits to non-leasing fish buyers, direct staff to publish notice in the newspaper of general circulation within the district for not less than 20 days to the ordinance code amendment adoption, and place the resolution to amend 510010 for consideration on the agenda for the February 16th, 2020 district board meeting. Pending any questions, that's my report on non-leasing fish buyers and commercial activity permits.
I'll open it up to commissioner comments and questions. Commissioner Matoush.
Some of the things that are going on now is people are coming into the harbor and buying fish off the boats and taking off, something that Department of Fish and Wildlife often refers to as the white van syndrome. I'd like to see these people get licensed, and I'd like them to pay fees. Elsewhere in our report, we see fees vary. This 5 cents a pound, I think, is a little low. I think I've seen on another item that this should be up to perhaps 25 cents a pound at a minimum to keep up with other harbors, 15 to 20 cents a pound. We've got people that are absolutely unlicensed running their own businesses and skating under the radar. It's my interpretation reading this that at least we could help control some of that and require permits and have people come under our safety plan and items like that. So the 5 cents a pound, I think, is low. but I'd like to hear some other commissioner comments and see about licensing these people.
Jim, do you want to respond to that?
The 5 cents in which Commissioner Mateusz was referring to is the wharfage fee.
Right.
And I have that at the end of my presentations. I'm going to come because it affects 3 of the subjects. I'm going to address the wharfage fee as a separate matter because it'll be a separate motion.
All right.
And I do have in there different options ranging from the 5 cents to going up to 35 cents, I think, for the board to consider. And I'll just share my screen at that time. And there is non-leasing fish buyers, as Commissioner Mateusz states, coming and parking their white vans on the dock or trucks or their freezers and doing this activity now. When we catch them or discover them, we refer them to one of the tenant fish buyers and they have to do their business through them. But it's rare. It's hard to catch them because we can't have eyes on the dock and pier 24 hours a day.
Okay. Any other commissioner comments or questions, Commissioner Arenas?
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Well, this is a big issue for us. And we have 3 fish buyers that are our tenants. I'm not for issuing permits for selling wholesale off the boats. I think it's just going to confuse it. And because it's already happening and people are sneaking around, as Jim just characterized, it's just an illustration of how difficult it is to manage whatever kind of rules we have. And maybe another way to view this is to haven't thought this through. It just occurred to me while you were talking, Jim, is our tenant vessels should not be allowed to sell directly to wholesalers the white van syndromes that put the burden on them. If they sell, then I realize that this is just a thought. I haven't thought it through, but put the burden on them in some way. If we start by providing permit, it's going to get confusing. Are you going to allow anybody who wants a permit to have a permit, and then you have complete chaos in the harbor potentially with more folks trying to sell wholesale? It seems to me that what we need is to simplify what's happening in our facility. We have more people coming than ever before. I know you have a plan for safety, but our deputy harbor masters are having a hard time keeping things straight as it is. And like you said, you just can't be there all the time. I have more to say on it. I'd like to hear from the public and from the other commissioners, but I'm not really in support of adding more permits to this.
So Commissioner Arenas, would you be in support of option 2 then?
Let me
I
bring it
mean,
up.
you don't have to answer, just take a look at it. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but that sounds like that might kind of help the
That
situation.
makes some really good points, and it brings up a question for me: is monitoring this just as challenging whether or not someone has a permit? I mean, is it just as challenging to give permits out as it is to monitor whether or not someone is doing something without a permit?
Jim?
Issuing the permits will be an additional workload or burden on the deputy harbor masters as they walk the dock. But it's also countered with the fact that these commercial fish buyers, they're active when the tenant fish buyers or leasee fish buyers are busy at the end of the pier, because they're busy when the catch is coming in, crab season, salmon season. So they're added to the dock. And right now with the Johnson safety plan, we block most trucks and cars now from going out on the pier when it's active. And you have to have specific permission to get out there. So enforcing the no permit, it would be a little easier through the Johnson safety plan, or same thing with checking for permits. But again, everybody, different drivers come in different trucks. They represent different people. It's a very complex web of corporations and LLCs. So it would be somewhat difficult to enforce specific permits all the time.
Enforce specific permits, you mean block non-permitted sale?
Well, yeah, so we can say you can't do it, but the van will come in the middle of the night or follow another vehicle and all this stuff to get it done. And the current practice that's been going on is that the fisherman cell phone loads to their own vehicle and then takes it to the commercial buyer off the Pillar Point property. That's been the past practice. Not allow for a commercial buyer to come in, non-leasing commercial buyer to come in and buy. However, that's not what our ordinance says. So my recommendation, if we want to continue our current practice, is delete that entire section of the code that allows for commercial activity permits for non-leasing fish buyers.
Okay, and isn't the pier blocked off at night? How are people coming in the middle of the night and?
Not blocked off.
What?
Well, when the pier is busy, we close down the front so we can control the traffic. And when the pier is not busy, we allow fishermen to go out there and load and unload and going off the pier freely when it's not busy.
Commissioner Zimke,
Oh, yeah.
you've unmuted yourself.
Yeah, just I guess my thoughts are along the line that Commissioner Lorenas had, that in view of the safety on Johnson Pier, I think it is probably best to not allow non-leasing fish buyers and do basically option number 2.
Commissioner Matoush?
Well, the one thing about option 2 is it's going on anyway. Are we going to try and institute a permit? Are we going to try and have some type of wharfage for this? Because it doesn't just go on during the night. The white vans pull out in the middle of the day and unload catch as well. So it's not a question of the middle of the night or whenever. People are taking supplies to and from their boats all the time. And up comes a tote of produce, or whether it's fish, crab, salmon, whatever. And this is going on right under our noses day and night.
Right.
So how do we want to handle this rather than saying, oh, well, okay, well, we'll prohibit it. Well, it's been going on and it's been prohibited and it's against the law in California. So what are we going to do to try and benefit the harbor district, benefit the state record keeping and everything else?
What are you saying, Commissioner Matoush? Are you asking for more enforcement, or are you saying just open it up, or what?
Well, by saying you're just going to prohibit the commercial activity permits for non-lessee fish buyers, it's turning the blind eye to an illegal practice that goes on regularly. So how do we bring this under control? I'd say you should try and lease, we'd love to have everybody go through the people on the end. Well, you go out in the middle of the night, not everybody's around on the end. And nor should they be. People are entitled to sleep and whatnot. But I'd say, in my opinion, we need some type of permitting. We need some type of tracking here. Because option 2 just basically says, go ahead and keep doing everything illegal that you've been doing for a very long time.
Jim, did you have anything to say? Because I think I may have interrupted you.
I just wanted to follow on with Commissioner Mateusz's comments as they related to Commissioner Riley's comment with, does it add a burden to the harbor masters to enforce? It does, and it at first will be difficult, but that doesn't mean we can't enforce it. We will develop procedures for where we can, but again, it will add a few more vehicles to the pier, increase the risk, but we can still enforce it.
Okay. So here's my take.
Could it be also running a tote bin clear off the pier and loading it in the pickup truck in the permit only parking or something like that? And that might be a detail that's beyond what we have to consider here now.
Say that again, Tom. What are we considering? What do you think we should be
Well,
considering?
when the people are bringing up the catch, whether they're permitted or not, say they're on a tote on wheels, and then take it off the pier and say, look, you guys can't just bring it off the dock right into the truck. I don't know if that makes sense or not. I was thinking about it when Jim mentioned the additional traffic. To control the traffic, have the fish loaded more down towards the parking lot.
I'm going to open it up to public comment because we do have a hand raised from San Siu. Sam, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the first question I have is the language that Tom Mateusz or Commissioner Mateusz used as far as the illegal practice of what you guys call the white van syndrome. I actually have buyers that come to me in a white van who are fully licensed, just like every other white van on that pier through the state of California, to buy fish. So what's illegal about that? Second off, all I hear you guys say is the harbor's losing money, the harbor's losing money, the harbor's losing money. Open it up so these white vans have to buy a commercial activities permit. Bring in revenue for you guys so you can take some of the burden off the fishermen. And I'm still not on board with your safety plan because in the last meeting, the last time we talked, the only piece of evidence you guys were able to come up with was Tom's little story about some guy with a mustache back in 1996. I've been a part of this harbor full time since 2014, and I've not seen one incident on the pier between fishermen and the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Porter McHenry. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Tom was saying these guys are coming down here already breaking the rules and the law, and they're gonna probably continue to do the same thing if they have a permit, if instead of paying their wharfage fees or other fees. You have 3 tenants at the end of the pier, been there a long time, pay the rent, pay our wharfage fees. And it just it just really makes me feel bad that you guys are just trying to open it up to other buyers at a very nominal fee, perhaps. We're there, we're vetted, we operate as safely as possible in a safety plan that was a nightmare to get. Any of these other buyers are welcome to contact us and we can work a deal to offload. It's what we do out there. We offload boats as safely as possible. And I would like to know that the district is behind their tenants, not trying to come up with other ways to make their businesses worthless. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Damrosch, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I also, before I start, just want to point out that I'm representing Morningstar Fisheries, one of the tenants at the end of the pier. I think sometimes I wear a few hats and it gets confusing, but I couldn't agree more with what Porter just said. I think it's really important to remember, I think it's interesting to hear berth holders say that they have buyers that come to the harbor. That's traditionally not how things work in harbors. Being a berth holder is the right to conduct commercial fishing, go out, come back in, have a safe place to dock. This harbor offers the additional permit for retail sales, which allows for sales to the public, which is great. And that's an additional option that fishermen in a lot of ports don't have. And so as a tenant, I mean, we have a very extensive safety plan that, as Porter said, was a nightmare to achieve and is still not fully working in all cases. And we have certified forklift drivers. We have to change the way the trucks park. Our efficiency has gone down to maintain that safety. And to hear the idea of, well, they're breaking the rules anyway, let's just get a little money out of them while they break the rules and make things less safe and compete with our existing tenants. It's not just wharfage. We pay rent every month, whether the hoist is moving or not. It's not by the hour, it's not by the pound. And we just won't be able to afford to do that if we aren't able to conduct our businesses out there. So I would like to see the harbor choose option 2 and maintain safety and options for all. Thank you.
Hey, the number ending in 9711. You have 2 minutes.
So this is Todd Korth here. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Okay. So it's not illegal, as Sam pointed out, for the white van syndrome. That's American enterprise, the American supply chain. Those people are all permitted. Most of them are all permitted. If they're permitted, that's fine. They have all the fish tickets from Fish and Game. That's all legal. What is illegal is when you restrict hoist access for fishermen to offload their catch. What happens is if you have one of these smaller buyers wants to offer the fishermen a higher price, if they are forced to go to the end of the pier and use those folks, but sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes what happens is if the fisherman is offered a higher price by one of those white van folks, by the time they go to the end of the hoist, if they're going to get $1 more a pound, then the hoist jacks up the fee by $1. The Harbor Commission should be very concerned about immersing themselves in antitrust behavior. I'm astonished that you folks are doing this. It's crazy. You're really getting yourself into a position where you're legally exposed to antitrust action. You need to open the harbor up. The wharfage fee is a very simple way to open up commerce in the harbor, and there will be revenue generated for the harbor. The correct way to do it. Exactly what Sam was talking about.
Thank you. Sam Sigu.
Yeah, actually, Todd Korth just actually put the nail on the head. You know what I'm saying? That was what I was going to say. You know, every time I sit and I listen to you guys talk about off the pier buyers, this white van, all I'm seeing is you taking every last bit of money and making sure that you're funneling it through the buyers at the end of the pier. You know, that's just what I'm hearing. I agree with Todd wholeheartedly that you guys are essentially committing some antitrust act. You know, you're basically saying like, oh yeah, come to this harbor, buy fish at a higher price. Ask Porter, ask Lisa, what do they pay for rockfish? They pay nothing like my buyers do that I have to deliver to in the back of the white van. And like Todd said, with the hoist issues and The money that the guys are spending at the end of the pier, you're basically going to take my profits from my buyer that are going to have to pay for hoist or pay for this or pay for that. So think about that. Thank you.
Frank Souza. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, you got me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just listening to this, and basically what I'm hearing is that people want the white vans because they're able to offer them a higher price because they don't pay any fees. So basically the fees that the harbor should be getting, or a use fee for something, I mean, it's basically, so they're benefiting by doing it by not paying any fees. And you know what? I'm sure the buyers on the end, if they weren't having to pay the district, the harbor, their rent fees, they could probably offer more, 50 cents more or 20 cents more a pound to all the fish, to the boats, if they weren't paying those fees. So, I mean, it just sounds like those businesses are run and kind of operated on lobbying to get fish from the boats by paying them the fee that they should be paying the harbor district or the lessees at the end of the dock. So it just seems odd. And most of them never try to communicate or try to talk to the harbor. Interesting that they've never gone to the harbor office and asked them if there's any fees associated with commercial activities in the harbor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to bring this back to commissioner comments because Commissioner Lorenz has been patiently waiting with his hand up. Commissioner Lorenz?
Thank you. No, I like to hear what everyone has to say. Absolutely. The way I see it is we have ancient pier and facility, and we have fish buyers at the end of the pier who try to comply with whatever safety rules are necessary given the context of the pier now. The pier, when it was built in a different era to service a completely different population. The use of the pier has increased both in the number of people that are coming to the pier, but also in the number of uses that the public is using the pier and the marina facility. So in my view, the simplest solution to the safety problem is to allow our fish buyers to do the commercial fish or wholesale fish buying and not allow off the dock sales. It makes it much, or off the dock, I guess I should say, off the dock commercial sales, and just the retail sale, fine. That's people come here to buy fish off our fishing boats. We've managed to keep that somewhat secure, but adding more complexity to what's already becoming even more complex doesn't make any sense to me. So wholesale off the docks, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to vote for that. I will vote to continue the off the docks retail sale. I think that's great. I'll leave it there now.
Thank you. I'm going to add a comment. I actually agree with you, Commissioner Lorenz. I think in the interest of safety, that's a big deal. But I do want to respond to, or well, not respond, comment about the member of the public who mentioned that these were his profits and his buyers. Well, actually, yes and no. These profits and these buyers come to a public pier that is funded by tax dollars. So, if you would like to have your private business to continue in your way, then, you have to keep in mind, we have to balance everything, including how public dollars are being used to subsidize your private business. The fish buyers at the end of the pier pay a price for the privilege of doing business here. They've been vetted. They've been doing business here. They're trying to do things safely. They're not trying to, in my opinion, from what I've seen, and I could be wrong, they're not trying to, do things in a way that skirts around the rules, so that, their profits, or whatever you want to call them, are being subsidized by the taxpayers. So when you say my profits and my buyers, really, you're profiting off of the public dollars. And that's okay to a certain extent, but the fish buyers who are doing the wholesale fish selling, and who are the lessee tenants, are also paying for like I said, the privilege of doing this business. So I think, maybe we need to look at some other things too, but right now we're not, and we're focusing on this. I'm in agreement with option number 2. Commissioner Matoush?
See if I'm on mute or if I'm. Yeah, the other thing is very hand in hand with what you just said. The white van operation doesn't contribute to harbor maintenance. And there are ports and harbors up and down the coast where people are able to take their catch and unload and do different things. But for you to set up business in the harbor needs something in return as an enterprise district, and as a little relief to taxpayers as well. So I think that people have to be considerate of the harbor and say, why do we allow non-licensed and people, your white van, yeah, you might have permits to do something else, but what are you doing for the harbor district? And I'm not seeing it.
So I'm going to open this up to public comment. Sam Seagate has his hand raised, and this will be his 3rd time. So this will be the last time I take his public comment at this point. But Todd Korth had his hand up in the number ending in 9711. That was the hand that was raised first. So I'll take that public comment first.
You can hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Hello? Okay. So I think kind of what Tom was mentioning, what are those white van type of buyers, the American supply chain, allowing for competitive, business. Charge a wharfage fee. I don't know why we don't go back in your discussion. What you should do now is go have the discussion about a wharfage fee to drive more revenue to the harbor for opening that up. Because if the buyers at the end of the hoist, which quite frankly, at the end of the pier, you have 3 stalls. And quite frankly, 2 of those are really not fish buyers. Technically, they're pass-through hoists. They control the hoist. That's a whole nother matter. But all you need to do, the way to open up the commerce for the harbor, is allow those white vans to come in and buy directly from fishermen. That's fine. If they go through a hoist at the end of the pier, like ASE and some of these others, that's all fine too. But charge a wharfage fee, whether it's 5 cents, 10 cents. 10 cents is what Bodega Bay does. It's a simple way to generate revenue for the harbor and have an open, competitive environment.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Sam Seago, this will be the last comment I take from you. Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, so I was just addressing the comment, and I just wanted to remind you guys that we are taxpayers. Every single fisherman in that harbor is a taxpayer. Okay, so if you feel that the harbor needs more money, then like Todd said, let's get, a little wharfage fee or something going. So that way my buyers who are offering me 10 times what the buyers at the end of the pier are paying for my product, I can still conduct my business, which I pay to do in the harbor through, number 1, the sales dock permit. Number 2, my, my slip fee. For a while I was operating underneath the commercial activities permit for my 6-pack. So, we are taxpayers, and that's what you guys sometimes fail to remember, that you want to bring it up that, oh, this is taxpayer dollar, this is taxpayer dollar. We are the taxpayers. Thank you.
Rob Cronky. Sorry if I didn't pronounce your name correctly, Rob. But you have 2 minutes.
Rob, I've sent you a request to unmute. Rob, if you can click the unmute button and unmute yourself to talk. I'm not having any luck, President Chancarelli. Would you like me to move on?
Oh, there he is. Your
You got me
connection.
now? Okay, great. Yeah, what people have said, let me just kind of summarize it. You know, Harbor can do mortgage fees. I pay mortgage fees to the base, following there are buyers that are there when they're there, but there's times when they're not there. I mean, I've known these buyers for over 30 years, and I have no problem dealing with them, and I've sold all 3 of them over the years. The problem I have is there are fish that some of us deal with that these buyers don't buy, and we need to go to other buyers. I mean, I'm fine with offloading my own catch, hand trucking up the pier if I have to, and we're not onto the public hoist. It would be more convenient to offload live fish from the public hoist. Anyway, so that was my point I wanted to make, is that, there's ways to handle this, mortgage fees. If it's possible to go through these buyers, if that works, but it's not only possible during times of no fishing activity, limited to just people out there, they don't need to be out there. Anyway, that was my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments or questions? So, if you want to go to motion 3, we can do that. Or it sounds like we have a pretty firm consensus around this motion. So whatever the commission wishes, we can either vote on one of the options or go to item 3. What's the commission's wish or desire?
I was under the impression we were going to take it at the end after we heard the last.
That's fine. Then let's go to motion 3 about floating docks. Jim. Jim, you're on mute.
I apologize. Issue 3 concerns the authorized uses of the floating docks and the commercial wholesale offloads. At the December 15th board meeting, staff recommended that vessels paying mortgage fee to the district be allowed to offload their catch via the floating docks to themselves and prohibit the unloading to non-leasing fish buyers, and that remains staff's recommendation, provided the board elects to prohibit non-leasing fish buyers. If the board approves the issuance of commercial activity permits to non-leasing fish buyers as permitted by the ordinances, staff recommends that the commercial offloads be allowed from the floating docks on a not to interfere basis with the leasing fish buyers during active loading and unloading on the pier terminus. This is in line with the Johnson Pier Safety and Operational Plan. If the board approves an ordinance change to prohibit commercial activity permits to non-leasing commercial fish buyers, commercial offload of the catch on board a vessel should be limited to individual fishers who are engaged in offloading their own catch to themselves for transport off of Pillar Point Harbor. Staff also recommends, regardless of whether leasing commercial fish buyers are permitted, that current tenants of Pillar Point Harbor or Oyster Point Marina, which are engaged in the restaurant or fish market business, be allowed to make wholesale purchases of seafood utilizing the floating docks. Suggested motions with respect to the floating docks. Option 1, which allows commercial self-unloading of catch from the floating docks. The harbor master is directed to allow commercial offload of seafood from the floating docks to non-leasing fish buyers who are properly permitted to conduct business on district facilities. Fishers self-unloading to themselves for transport off Pillar Point Harbor or sales to current restaurant or fish market tenants of the harbor district. Option 2, which would prohibit the commercial offloading from the floating docks and only allow self-unloading. The harbor master shall prohibit commercial offload of seafood from the floating docks to non-leasing commercial fish buyers and allow commercial fishers to self-offload to themselves for transport off of Pillow Point Harbor or sales to current restaurants or fish market tenants of the harbor district. Those are the two different options that are presented. And again, it's not necessarily an ordinance change. It's just more direction to the general manager and harbor master on how to operate the docks. Any questions with respect to that?
Commissioners? Commissioner Lorenz, you're on mute. If you, or Commissioner Matoush, either one. Whoever
I
wants
think,
to.
in spite of what we just heard from Mr. Kranke, that I'd be in favor of option one. Nobody's there. If they can't take the catch, they should be able to move their product.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Lorenz? Or any other commissioner?
Virginia?
Yes, Commissioner
that's
Zemke.
consistent with kind of the consensus we had on motion number 2. It looks like option number 2 is the one to select here. I mean, and I would be in favor of that.
I mean, that would be my viewpoint as well. Commissioner Lorenz? I'm not trying to beg, you're just unmuted. So if you don't want to say
No, I
anything.
do. I definitely have a comment. I just wanted to hear others.
Okay.
I support option 2. If we're not gonna allow commercial buyers, then option 2 makes more sense. Self-unload to yourself, and what you do with it at that point is up to you. So
Okay.
allowing
Commissioner.
wholesale buyers to go on the pier with this caveat of self-unloading, it just would make it more confusing for folks.
Commissioner Ryring?
Yep, I have to agree with all the comments.
Jim, I have a quick question for you as I read this option 2. It's this second part, and I had a little bit of well, not heartache, but just concern over this last part where it says commercial fishers to self-offload to themselves for transfer off Pillow Point Harbor or sales to current restaurant or fish market tenants of the harbor district. So does this mean that there could be an agreement between the commercial fishers who are going to offload themselves with that agreement can be with a current restaurant or fish market tenant to buy from these commercial fishers? Or does this mean that, or it could be both, current restaurant or fish market tenants have the choice of buying from these commercial fishers that self-offload? Does that make any sense at all?
It would allow a captain to sell his catch directly to, say, the Princeton Fish Market for resale at the Princeton Fish Market, because they pay a lease, and it's one of the benefits, I think, as we've discussed before, of having a lease there. They're on the harbor, and having them source their seafood locally is, in my opinion, a great idea. And so I'm recommending that if third-party buyers are prohibited, that our local restaurant in the harbor or fish market in the harbor is allowed to buy directly from a fishing vessel at wholesale prices.
So would that make these commercial fishers wholesalers then?
That
I mean,
allows them,
effectively, that would be the case, right?
yeah, if they're selling their catch, they either sell it to the tenant fish buyers or to another buyer, and or should Princeton Market, they can buy that seafood and resell it because they have the proper license.
You mean the commercial fishers who would be self-offloading what licenses would they have to have besides the state? I mean, from us, commercial activity permit, right? I mean, does that kind of go back to the caveat that was
They'll
kind of in
require the same exact
motion
permits.
one?
No, they require the same exact permits that they would have to to unload to a leasee fish buyer.
Right, without paying the lessee prices.
No, they would pay
Or the
directly.
cost, but their cost wouldn't be the same. The cost of doing business under this second half of this option is less than the cost of our lessees at the end of the pier of doing business, correct?
That'd be up to the price negotiated from our leasees with our licensee fishermen. Like they do now, they negotiate with the end of the pier. They would just negotiate with the Princeton Market.
So not to get ahead, but okay, so I'm not as clear on this as others, but in terms of the wharfage fee thing, is that even applicable to something like this? Then it just seems like we're allowing.
Yes, that would, the wharf, when we get to wharfage fee, staff's recommendation would apply to that, yes.
Okay. I see Commissioner Lorenas's hand up. I'm just taking it all in. So Ed, please.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what this says. It seems to me that for talking about option 2, I agree that we should allow the commercial fishers to self-offload themselves for transport off of Pillar Point Harbor. At that point, it doesn't seem to me, I don't see a reason to be more detailed than that, because what they do with it shouldn't matter to us. We don't tell our tenant restaurants where they can buy fish. If the commercial fisher wants to drive it over to our commercial tenant, then that's fine. Or if they want to drive it off, I don't see the difference.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Because
Thanks.
the requirement right now is they can't make a transaction on Pillar Point property. And the restaurant is on Pillar Point property. So
okay,
we'd have to insert an exception.
Okay.
And that's the thing that was confusing me a little bit.
That helps. Thank you, Jim.
So any other commissioner comments right now? I'm going to come back, but there is a member of the public with his hand raised that I'm happy to take right now, just to take in all viewpoints. Sam Sigu, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I actually don't have a comment on this one. I have a question. There seems to be a lot of confusion within the commission in regards to licensing. Do you guys even know how the licensing through the state of California works? I mean, you're saying that, we can offload the fish only if we're going to sell them to Albert. Albert doesn't even have the licensing to purchase fish or seafood from us. I've had to go to Albert, sell seafood, and use my landings because he doesn't have the correct licensing. So you're basically just said, oh yeah, you know what, you guys pay all this licensing, to the state of California, but you can't sell on our property unless you sell to Albert. Well, Albert doesn't have the licensing. We need my licensing in order to sell to Albert. So I think you guys should really do some research and figure out the inner workings of the licensing system for the state of California before you make rules about who we can and cannot sell our fish to. Thank you.
Any other public comment? We'll go back to commissioner comments. Commissioner Lorenz, you have your hand up. I'm not sure if it's a new comment or if your hand wasn't lowered.
My hand was just up from last time.
Okay. So, Jim, so I guess I still have the question of, well, I mean, I guess I think I understand what you're saying in terms of commercial fishers. But we do only have one restaurateur, if you will, well, I mean, we have different leases, but it's basically one family, which I was a little concerned about when that was approved a few years ago. And so, I mean, I understand what the concerns are from the last person who made the public comment, but I guess the tenant restaurant or fish market tenant could also buy from the wholesale fish buyers at the end of the pier, correct? So that is basically the restaurant tenant.
That is correct.
His or her prerogative, right, to choose.
That is correct.
Do you know how those agreements are being made right now? I mean, I don't know. I mean,
No, I do.
Sorry?
I do not know
Okay.
where the fish market sources their fish.
But it wouldn't, but any restaurant could buy from any of the fish buyers. So anyone outside of Pillar Point Harbor could do the same thing. I'm thinking of, like the brewing company or OPL or, Jetty Wave or any of those, right?
They can come on and buy directly from one of the tenant or leasee fish buyers.
Right. But there could be an agreement. I'm just trying to understand this for clarity's sake. There could be an agreement with those restaurants that are not in Pillar Point Harbor and these other commercial fishers who are offloading themselves. Is that correct? So they could
Yes.
sell? Okay,
Not on board Pillar Point Harbor.
correct. Okay. So it'd be interesting to hear, I mean, without having to be too specific about business practices so that at least I would be educated on this, what kind of agreements there would be for other restaurants, for example, and commercial fishers who are doing self-offloading.
I wouldn't know. And
No, I know. I'm just, if anyone, if any members of the public have any comments they would like to make to enlighten the board, that this would be the time to do it. If not, we can go to, okay, I see 3 hands. Porter McHenry.
Yeah. First, I'd like to, let all the commissioners know that actually Pillar Point Harbor is one of the most fisherman-friendly harbors around. You guys, we have, 3 tenants at the end, guys that want to offload to them. You offer off the dock sales. It was one of the first harbors that I know of to do so, especially for more than just a handful of boats. And then the third option, as this case, if a boat has a deal with a restaurant, they have the ability to walk it up in the cooler, You know, I assume if they have 20,000 pounds of crab, they're not going to try to sell that to a restaurant. But if they have a small catch, they have the ability now to walk up to the cooler, put it on their truck and drive and deliver to the restaurant. You know, it's up to them to get all the correct paperwork and licenses. Yeah, overall, Pillar Point's one of the most friendly, fisherman-friendly harbors there is. I've been up and down most of the California coast at least. And if, you know, if there's a harbor that doesn't work for me, I'll have to go to a different harbor. I've caught squid right in front of Half Moon Bay one time, and the offloading wasn't set up the way I needed it to be, and I had to go to Monterey because that fit my needs. So I just think the district is already doing a fantastic job giving many options to many different businesses. And just kind of try to stay status quo. Thank you.
Thank you. The number ending in 9711. You have 2 minutes.
So you can hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. So just for the enlightening portion here. So the state of California Fish and Wildlife has a fisherman, commercial fish business license. And you can have a simple fisherman's retail license, which allows you to sell directly to the public. You can have a wholesale license. You can have an importer's license, or you can buy a complete commercial fish business license, which allows you to sell to, import, buy, do whatever you want, to sell to whoever you want. So there are various licenses with the state of California Fish and Wildlife that basically allow, the fishermen or the fish business. I'm sure at the end of the pier, Porter, the Benton Morning Star, and Larry, I'm sure they all have the, multi-function business license. And there are a number of fishermen like myself who also have a multifunctional license, which allows me, when I'm up in Alaska or Washington, Oregon, when I catch product up there and I import it back down, my own catch back into California. Legally, you have to have that. So there's multi-levels of licenses available from the state of California. That's it.
Thank you. Sam Sigu. You have 2 minutes.
Sam, I've sent you a request to unmute.
Oh. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, so I was just touching up on what, Todd said. I am actually, like I said, one of your leasee fish buyers, fish wholesaler, and a retail seller. I bought the license for everything. So does that mean that because I'm not at the end of the pier, that I can't sell my fish to a restaurant that comes to get my fish? So that's my question. I mean, are you guys really going to limit who I can and cannot sell my fish to outside of where I'm unlimited with my permit? That's all.
Okay, thank you. So I just want clarification, Jim, that we actually only have 3 lessee tenants for wholesale fish sellers or buyers, correct?
Correct. We only have leases for
With
real
3.
property leases with 3 separate corporations.
And those would be considered lessee tenant of the harbor district, correct?
Lessee fish buyers, yes.
Fish buyers, yes. Thank you. I'll take it back to the commissioners for comments and questions. Commissioner Matoush.
So in as much as this has been an interesting and stimulating discussion, I see no chance of us finishing this in 5.5 minutes. I'd make a motion to extend the meeting to 4:30.
If I could, President Corrali, the meeting has already been scheduled to 5 o'clock. So.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Perfect. I withdraw my motion.
Until we get to about 5 o'clock, Commissioner Matoush.
Yeah.
Because we may be going in that direction. Okay. So Jim, can you please name the 3 lessee tenant fish buyers?
There's McHenry Fisheries, Morningstar Fisheries, and then 3 Captain Seafood Products.
So it's incorrect that the member of the public says that he's a tenant fish buyer. Is that correct?
He is a licensee and does have a berth, and he does have a license to be a fish buyer. But he's not a leasee fish buyer.
That's what, yeah, at Pillar Point Harbor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Any other commissioner comments or questions? Okay, we have another public comment from 9711.
To be very specific and clarify, Sam, like myself, has a multifunction, I'm assuming in some form of a multifunction state of California license to be a fish retailer and a fish wholesaler. He is a wholesale fish company that has a slip. Now, the clarification is that what Jim is saying is having 3 real estate lessees, fish buyers at the end of the pier. Those are the people you have a real estate lease with at the end of the pier. There are many other wholesale fish buyers, processors, businesses that you have in the harbor that have slips, but they are fish wholesalers, retailers, buyers, nonetheless. It's just that the fact of the matter is you have 3 3 real estate leases at the end of the pier. You have many other wholesalers and fish businesses in the harbor.
Jim, I believe you made that clear, so thank you. Any other commissioner comments or questions? Okay, if not, then let's go to motion 4, which is the use of the public hoist, which quite frankly, Jim, this is not what I was hoping, but you know, we made the decision last month and I did not want this to be brought up under reconsideration, but you wanted to put this on the agenda. So why don't you talk about this agenda item?
Thank you, President Crowley. Again, the public hoist located on the promenade, and I just want to, after the meeting, there were some questions as to exactly where the public hoist was. And I want to show it to everybody. So you should see an image from Google Earth. The public hoist is located in the center of that blue circle next to the harbor master's office in parking lot A. It's not located on Johnson Pier. At the December 15th board meeting, the motion was passed to limit the public hoisting equipment and supplies to equipment and supplies only, prohibiting commercial offload of seafood. However, because the use of the public hoist is integral with the authorized uses of the floating docks, as well as the non-lessee fish buyers and self-unloading of catch, I made a decision to bring it back to the board for possible consideration. I'm presenting this issue because the board approved the motion on December 15th to limit the hoist. There is no requirement for the board to take any action with respect to this topic at all. Our current rule, as approved by the board on December 15th, the public hoist located in Pillar Point Harbor is limited to equipment and supplies only. No commercial offload of seafood products will be allowed. The past practice of the district was to allow the offload of seafood at the public hoist, limiting it to fishers self-offloading their catch to their vehicles for transport off of Pillar Point Harbor. The loading and unloading of equipment was also allowed. The loading or offloading of catch to non-lessee fish buyers was not allowed. A survey of several other harbors was conducted to include Crescent City, Noyo River, Spud Point Marina, San Francisco, Santa Cruz, Moss Landing, Port San Luis, and Morro Bay. Of the 8 harbors contacted, only 4 had public hoist. Of those 4 harbors, there was no restriction to what the hoist could be used for, equipment or vessel catch. The hoists were open to any commercial fish buyer if that buyer was properly licensed and permitted, Only one harbor had a fee for the use of the public hoist at $87 an hour. And 3 charged offload fees as high as 15 pounds for local vessels and 20 cents a pound for out-of-town vessels. Most of the harbors did state that most, if not all, the catch was processed through tenant fish buyers and that the public hoist was very rarely used. That is very similar to Pillar Point Harbor, given the hoist was only used 49 hours during fiscal year 2020-21. It's important to note that the hoists at the pier terminus are private hoists, so the hoist out on the end of the dock, and they are not open to the public. And the district does not have the authority to order operators of the hoists to make them available to the public. Safety has been raised as a significant reason to limit the use of the public hoist to equipment and supplies. Because the working area of the hoist is open to the public, the space is very limited, and the use of trucks to transport a vessel's catch must be parked in the roadway or parking areas to be loaded. In addition, the coastal trail, which runs through the harbor, also runs through the working area of the hoist, as does the sidewalk from docks A, B, and C heading to the main harbor. In addition, the district has plans for a new tenant row and has been brought up as a concern with respect to the public hoist. The harbor board approved the issuance of a contract for the design and engineering of a new tenant row. The new tenant row can replace the existing building. It could be a remodel of the existing building, or it can be a new building altogether located at a different location on Pillar Point Harbor to include the area where the hoist is currently located. The new building may require the district to remove or relocate the hoist altogether. Staff also recommends, in addition to just the use of the hoist, staff is also recommending an increase in fees for the use of the hoist in fiscal year, because in fiscal year 2020 and 2021, the cost was $6,900 to maintain the hoist, and staff time was cost us $2,275. We only collected $2,031 at $46 an hour during fiscal year 2020-21. It's important to note that the hoist underwent significant repairs in 2021, which added the cost of operating the hoist. A more realistic annual cost to maintain the hoist is $3,500 a year, with $1,500 per year in staff time, totaling $5,000. Even considering the reduced operating costs and staff time, the current fees do not cover the cost to properly maintain and ensure the safety of the public hoist. If the board agrees, it does increase the fee. The district would have to charge $77 an hour just to cover maintenance. If the board wanted to cover both maintenance and staff time, the district would have to charge $108 an hour. Staff recommends that the district increase the fee to somewhere in between, such as $85 an hour, to partially cover the maintenance and staff time, considering we're both enterprise district and a district supported by tax dollars. The motions or acts, if the board does not want to take any action, no action is required of the board to have the hoist remain equipment and supplies only. If the board would like to change to allow self-unloading of both equipment and catch, the motion is the public hoist at Pillar Harbor may be used for tenants of Pillar Point Harbor to load and unload equipment and catch. Catch may only be self-unloaded by the fisher or the fisher's equipment to the fisher's equipment. No commercial or wholesale activity directly to fish buyers on board Pillar Point Harbor may take place at the hoist. Allow the unloading and offloading of equipment, supplies, and catch. The motion would be to the public hoist at Pillar Point Harbor may be used to load and unload equipment, supplies, and catch. And that was the reason for bringing this back, was the other harbors and the fact that the safety aspect of it running through the sidewalk, the coastal trail, and the parking lot. Are there any questions with respect to the public hoist?
Commissioners? Commissioner Lorenz, I thought that I saw your hand up. I don't know if it's for this or
did.
not.
You did.
Okay.
I guess I can go first, doesn't matter. Jim, I understand your reason for bringing this back, but I'm still in support of the vote that we took before. I think that safety aspect is important. And like I said before, our harbor has an increased use, and that's not going to go away. And I'll just leave it there.
Understood.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Mathush?
Yes, I would be in favor of option 2, supplies and also catch for various reasons, and just to unload to themselves. I don't believe that there's going to be that much extra demand, because we've seen what how little it was used last year. So I also know of several of the fishers who catch things, take them off site, freeze their own fish, and then bring them back when times are slow. And I'd like to see them be able to continue this. So I'm totally in favor of option 2.
Commissioner Zemke?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Mathush. I think I don't see any reason why we shouldn't open this back up to catch. It's probably not going to be used a great deal, but would at least give the fishers a opportunity to use the hoist if they wish to do that.
Commissioner Ryring?
I am here. So Commissioner Lorenz, you were talking about, can I ask you about the safety concerns?
Would you like to, yeah, I'm unmuted. What can I tell you? The hoist, if you're at the harbor at any given weekend, or even during the week these days, it's in the passage from the commercial side of the harbor, if you will, to the recreational side. There's people there all the time. Also, at any given time, that area has a lot of vehicle traffic, bicycle traffic, people on those darn things, that people movers that have all kinds of different configurations running through the harbor. And that's just in a terrible spot for doing any kind of commercial operation like that. It's actually good, I think, that it has a limited use.
And it was, I think, Jim, am I correct that this was originally built as a sort of a dinghy equipment hoist?
That is correct.
So, okay. All right, so we have some, interesting.
So, okay, so Nancy, yes, that was my, I asked about the intent, what was the purpose of that public hoist originally? And it was for skiff, or I guess, is it skiff removal or skiff transport, or the moving of skiff, I guess, is probably the best way of putting it. And so, normally I would be okay with expanding that, except here's the thing, we just voted on looking at how are we going to make Tenant Row better? And this area is a possibility to, where we can reimagine how Tenant Row would be. And what I don't want is to, I guess, limit our options and, have people rely on that public hoist for their business when we're in the middle of trying to figure out what we're going to do with Tenant Row, which we already voted on, number one. Number two, have mission creep for this this hoist, which was not intended to move catch, but mainly, I'm assuming, well, mainly skiff, right? Or the dinghy, as Nancy put it, which would probably, I mean, I'm not even sure if equipment would be mission creep, but I don't know because I have not used the public hoist. And number 3 is Commissioner Lorena's brought up the whole issue of safety. I mean, I just walked there this weekend and it is literally where the coastal trail is. And I know that, you know, people want to put a coffee cart in that area. I mean, it's almost like this plaza almost where, you know, people go to walk and enjoy the harbor. And so as we figure out what we're going to do with Tenant Road and make it even more recreational and commercially appealing to the public, I just don't want to limit our options by adding another burden to that area by, you know, allowing the public hoist to be used beyond what it was intended to be used for. So I would actually just not even vote on this and reconsider this at this point. I mean, we voted on this last time. This was ironically the easiest motion that we voted on compared to the other ones, and it was done pretty quickly. So those are my 2 thoughts. I mean, I just don't want us to limit our options as we look at how we want to make Tenant Row better and more appealing to visitors. Commissioner Matoush?
Yeah, I'd like to point out that this will not in any way, shape, or form reduce the amount of supplies and equipment. So there will be very little additional burden. In addition, if anybody's been to Cape Town, South Africa, there's shopping malls, there's restaurants, there's shops, and then all of a sudden you have a dry dock where somebody's refinishing a vessel. And then the other side of that dry dock, you go back to having promenade. So I see no conflict with having the hoist there on the redesign, and maybe the hoist gets moved if there's a redesign and we reshift everything. But personally, I'd like to see the hoist used for supplies, equipment, and catch until we enter into the construction phase of the rebuild. And if you can pull up something on how diverse the port at Cape Town is and see people walking around all the time while people are refinishing ships.
Well,
Any other,
we
Commissioner Reiering?
in the future, we can consider a public hoist, possibly in a different location or maybe in the same location along with all the other amenities that we're thinking about when we reconstruct Tenant Row. I like that idea. It seems like we have some constraints right now, though.
One thing that won't change is the amount of supplies and equipment that are loaded and unloaded. So it's going to be absolutely negligible to say catch is going to make any kind of difference.
Hola, patrona. So I put in Viola and Crystal Stone.
I'm sorry, who is
Nancy,
that?
we have feedback from your microphone.
Any other commissioner comments? I mean, I'll come back to us again after I take public comment, because we do have a public comment hand raised. So let me take public comment now for number 9711. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, great. Yeah, I'd like to thank Commissioner Matoush and Commissioner Zemke for being open-minded to allow catch to be offloaded on the public hoist. I have done that a number of times with my frozen albacore or frozen salmon. And I know that Bob Berry, who's not on the call, that's a keen interest of his as well. And I don't think it's going to really increase, you know, the burden that much, but it does provide an opportunity for fishermen to, you know, offload their catch if the 3 lessees, real estate lessees at the end of the pier either don't have the capability or refuse service. Having this hoist available to offload your own catch is very, very important. So I really appreciate the two commissioners agreeing on that topic.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Porter McHenry?
All right, you can have one.
Hi again.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I hate to be here asking once again for the commissioners to, work with their long-term tenants. We don't need the, district considering letting other people, do competing business. I know it's, hasn't been used very much, but just like the white van syndrome, guys are going to sneak in and find ways to get around it if it's open. They'll find a venue to sneak in there and take advantage. Just like the staff report, they checked out 8 ports. Only 4 of them were lucky enough to even have a public hoist. Once again, Pillar Point's lucky that we have a hoist for people to work with. I know prime example is Bodega Bay. They have a public hoist and they allow offloading there. But Bodega Bay has no fish buying tenants in that harbor. So I would hope that if we had no tenants, it would be a different story. But you have 3 tenants that have been there for many years, and they should be supported for being good long-term tenants. Once again, I think the public hoist is great. They let people that, if their whole business is to offload direct retail to the public, they have a hoist they can use to load their pots. It's just kind of confuses me why the district wants to, do stuff to perhaps hurt their tenants. It'd be like almost opening the doors for food trucks in the parking lot to compete against the Catch Joanne and Prince and Seafood. So please let the fish buyers operate. We have the safety plan. It was a nightmare to get that safety plan. We operate safely. We do it there. Please let us do our thing. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa Damrosch. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, I was just going to reiterate the safety plan. I mean, the 3 fish buyers are at the end of the pier in an area that can be somewhat controlled, whether or not the public is allowed in that area. And it is still very, very difficult to maintain safe passage there and to maintain commercial fish operations of a volume that requires a hoist. It's much different than carrying up something that's in a buggy and putting it in your personal vehicle. That is small volume, not a big deal. But if it's a volume that requires a hoist, that means it's a bigger volume of product. And that means forklifts, and that means totes, and that means all of the other things that go with fish buying, additional bird activity, a mess. It's very difficult to maintain all of those things at the end of the pier in a controlled environment where the public can be kept safe from it. In a parking lot where there is no such safety mechanisms in place is really unfair to the fish buying tenants that do have to follow safety plans. And again, with sort of the problems we have in general with enforcement, I fear it's going to be a free-for-all in the parking lot with strollers and dogs and coffee and everything else. And I think that's something that really needs to be considered.
Thank you. Sam Sigu. You have 2 minutes, Sam.
Okay, so I actually have a question for the harbor and the harbor commission. You guys keep wanting to talk again about safety protocol, this, that, and the other. What issues in the last, let's just say 10 years, have you guys had in that area with the hoist, the public hoist, as far as injuring the tourist, messing up somebody's vehicle, a delay in traffic for more than 10, 15 minutes? This is something that has been going on for years. without incident. But for some weird reason, you guys keep wanting to foresee incidents that have not happened yet. I do understand that the public is your number one concern when it should be your actual tenants in the harbor who pay to be there, to pay to operate businesses there. But it seems like you're more concerned on the outside public that's coming in than the actual public that makes this place what it is. Because without us, you don't have the tourists in the numbers you have. And eventually that's going to end up happening. You know, I feel that that's going to end up happening. So again, my question to you guys is, has there been a specific incident, an incident report, anything like that about the public pier? Or the hoist, I'm sorry, public hoist. The other thing actually that I would like to comment on is there was more room to work at the public hoist before you guys redesigned the parking lot around the harbor master's office to make more parking. So, you know, you guys have essentially cut off our safety corridor, you know, by encroaching in that area with your parking. But let's hear of any instances that you guys have had regarding safety, actual documented incidents. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Looks like 9711 has their hand
Yep.
raised.
Yes.
So we should be, if you can hear me, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yep. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to make this very, very short. So from the, I certainly understand safety, and sometimes though we're using that safety as a safety valve to shut things down. You approved the end, and I don't have a problem with them doing business, but your 3 tenants at the end selling retail. So they're part of the obviously the directors of the Half Moon Bay Seafood Marketing Association, trying to prevent the season from starting, crab season. But at the same time, they were bringing in crab from out of town and selling it there with hoist, loading crab pots with public going down there and buying crab. So I mean, I find it almost laughable that they talk about safety out there when they allow that to go on with forklifts buzzing back and forth, loading crab pots, and they effectively shut down the crab season from starting, on time. And then they're selling retail with the public running down there. It's really laughable that it's about the safety thing. It's crazy. it's funny. The hoist, public hoist, should be allowed for equipment and seafood, period. That's it.
Thank you. I'll take it back to the commissioners now. Any other additional commissioner comments or questions? Commissioner Lorenz, you kind of peering through the camera lens. If you don't have any questions or comments, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't. I stand by my comments. Thanks.
Anyone else? Commissioner Zemke? Okay. And then let's go to motion 5, which is the fees. Jim?
Good afternoon again. This is a new issue after doing additional research as directed by the board. Staff is recommending the district implement the wharfage fee to be imposed on non-leasing fish buyers and self-unloading in accordance with Ordinance Code 310-160. Wharfage is defined by the district ordinance as the rate assessed for the service or use of a wharf and its approaches and its appendices in the passage of merchandise there over or thereunder, or awaiting shipment, or for the passage of merchandise over the side of the vessel for unloading or unloading from another vessel, or direct to or from water while such vessels made fast to the wharf or buoy, or is moored in any slip, basis, canal, or channel. Currently, the district does not charge the fisher an offload fee for wholesale activities with respect to sales to non-leasing fish buyers, or if they're allowed, or self-unloading. However, as stated above and pursuant to Ordinance Code 310-160, the district should be charging a loading or offloading fee for both the unloading to non-leasing fish buyers or self-unloading loading of catch at Pillar Point Harbor. Ordinance Code 310-160 is entitled Wharfage Fees, and it provides in part that vessels loading or unloading merchandise at the district facilities shall pay prescribed fees. It is the opinion of staff that the wharfage fee should be set above that charged to tenant fish buyers, as non-leasing tenant fish buyers and self-unloading fishers add an additional burden to district facilities, where the tenant fish buyers maintain their facilities, including their hoist under lease with the harbor district. The recommended wharfage fee for unloading, offloading, and unloading fish or shellfish to non-leasing fish buyers or self-unloading is recommended to be 5 cents per pound. A loading fee of 5 cents per pound equates to $100 per 2,000 pounds of seafood, or $2.25 for an average 15-pound salmon, or 22.5 cents for the average 1.5-pound crab. After publishing of the staff report, I got a few calls on other who charge different rates, and I would like to show you a table in response to those questions.
Jim, you went on mute.
There we are. So on your screen, you should see a table that on the top it says price 2,000 pounds, 1.5 pound crab, or 15-pound salmon. If the board elected to charge 10 cents a pound, that would equate to $200 per 2,000 pounds, 0.15 cents for a 1.5 pound crab, and $1.50 for a 15-pound salmon. And then there's the 15% rate. At 20% or 20 cents a pound, it'd be $400 for 2,000 pounds, 30 cents for a 1.5 pound crab, or $3 for a 15-pound salmon. I'll skip the 25 and go to 30. 30 cents is $600 per 2,000 pounds. 1.5 pound crab would be 45 cents, and a 15-pound salmon would be $4.50. And finally, at 35 cents a pound would be $700 for 2,000 pounds of seafood. 1.5 pound crab would equate to 52.5 cents for that, or 15-pound salmon would equate to $5.25. A draft resolution has been presented to the board for consideration to adopt the 5% pound freeze, but that can be changed for the offloading and loading of fish or shellfish to non-leasing fish buyers, or the self-unloading. Staff also recommending amendments to Ordinance 310-160 to remove the requirement for the fisher to make a payment of wharfage fees upon discharging the merchandise. To require immediate payment would place unrealistic burden on harbor staff when the fees could be collected in a timely fashion. I will share that change with you now. You should see Ordinance Code 310-160 wharfage fees, deleting the words "at the time of discharging or unloading." Again, that puts a lot of burden on the staff to be able to do it immediately when we can do it at in a reasonable time afterwards. The amendments, the recommended motion to implement the wharfage fee and make it administrative to the ordinance is direct staff to publish notice in the newspaper of general circulation within the district for not less than 20 days prior to an ordinance code amendment adoption, and place the resolution to amend the wharfage fee ordinance code section 310-160 for consideration on the agenda for the February 16th, 2022 district board meeting. And further, adopt resolution 2202, a resolution of the board of San Mateo County Harbor District adopting an $85 per hour fee for the public hoist at Pillar Point Harbor and a fee of $5 each per pound of fin or shellfish based on the gross weight of commercial offload and onload and for self-unloading. Anybody have questions about the wharfage charges?
Commissioners? Don't see any hands raised. Tom Matoush?
Yeah, I think the 5% is a little bit low. I'd like to see it considerably higher. Maybe it's my impression that they get 25 cents a pound at the end of the pier. So somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 25 cents for a wharfage fee.
A quick question for Jim. If the other motions are not, well, I mean, we have basically this motion and 4 other motions, right? And we haven't made a decision on them. And so I'm going to go through them one by one, mainly because I think that we may have some split votes on some of them. But there was one item, and I can't remember, it was the floating dock item that I brought. Anyway, in other words, some of this wharfage fee issue or discussion would probably be moot, right? If some of these other motions weren't voted on.
If for issue number 1, it doesn't affect. For issue number 2, non-leasing fish buyers and self-unloading, it will affect that. Even if the district disallows non-leasing fish buyers, but allows the self-unloading, this applies to self-unloading either from the hoist or from the docks. The same thing with issue number 3 with the public use of the docks. This would apply for the offload, wholesale offload, self-offloading. And then for the hoist, if the offload of seafood is allowed from the hoist, it would apply there.
So I suggest that maybe we go back, since this is tied to pretty many of these, that maybe we should go back and look at these other motions and vote on them to see if this is even relevant at that, after we vote. But I'm open to any suggestions from the commissioners. Commissioner Matoush?
I'd like to suggest that we do number 5 first.
And why is that?
Set our fee schedule. It may affect other motions we vote on. It may have no effect on other motions, but it's time to work on the public hoist fee. And if and when it affects wharfage, we've got that in place and we don't have to discuss it again.
Okay, so you're saying that this is independent of the other motions then?
Correct.
Jim, would that be even possible?
The board would have to agree now that the fee for the use of the public hoist will increase to $85 when that's a discussion point on that motion or that issue.
Right.
But the 5 cents, which recommended by staff, if the board wants to change that, it applies to self-unloading. So regardless of what you vote on those other issues, self-unloading appears to going to be allowed. It will apply for self-unloading for those catches. If you don't allow non-leasing fish buyers, then they won't be offloading anything. So
right. So I just want to make it clear that self-unloading, is that for motion 3, which is floating docks?
That is floating docks.
Yeah. Okay. So that, because I think that's the one I brought up this wharfage fee for. So
but it's applicable to any time you offload seafood at Pillar Point Harbor, unless you're a tenant fish buyer or leasing fish buyer.
Right. So we could still vote for this and not vote for, well, and keep option 1 for the public hoist, and it wouldn't affect anything. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'll open it up to public comment right now really quickly since I see a hand raised. Porter McHenry, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it's just hard time fathoming the fact that now the district wants to go into a competing, offloading business against its tenants. I don't understand why the district would even consider such a thing. I mean, are you guys going to build a restaurant and lease it out for cheap to compete against your restaurants? It just doesn't seem right to me. One way around that, I don't know what the voting aspect of it is. Why don't you just keep it the way it was voted last time? And if somebody wants to come to you with a commercial activities permit, you could charge, should be higher fees than your current tenants are paying, rent and other wharfage fees combined. So you're not negatively impacting your tenants. If somebody comes with a better, business option, they can work with the district. The district can make money and vote on a commercial activities permit. That would, I think, eliminate most of the problems. The way I see that wharfage fees written, it says anything off the pier. So would that include retail off the dock sales? I don't think it's intended to, but I mean, I'm fine with that. We pay wharfage fees for everything that comes through our places at the end of the docks. And we pay rent and many other fees to keep the place running. So I understand the district trying to be an enterprise district, and I support that to a certain extent. Yep, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just trying to see if there are any other commissioner hands up. Are there any other public comments? So, okay, the number ending in 9711. You have 2 minutes.
So I think you can hear me? Nope.
Yes.
Okay. So it seems to me that the commissioners certainly have a fiduciary responsibility to manage the harbor. And this proposal by Jim Pruitt and, wanted to be voted on by Commissioner Matoush is a way to generate more revenue for the harbor. And I would absolutely be befuddled if the commissioners didn't take it up, vote on it, and approve, a reasonable wharfage fee that increases revenue for the harbor. I think that's money that can go to spend on more maintenance and rebuilding the harbor, and it opens up trade. And everything that I hear coming from the end of that pier is restricting trade, restricting trade, restricting trade. And we need to be opening up trade instead of restricting it, because restricting trade is antitrust, and it's too much of that behavior goes on. So the wharfage fee is a great way to generate more revenue for the harbor. It's a responsible thing to do. Thank you.
Okay, so Tom, here, I know that you wanted to start with this fee structure first, but I was thinking, and I'd love to hear what everyone else thinks. I was thinking of going down the other ones first, just so we see what we have left over and see how the wharfage fee might apply to whatever is left over in terms of the different motions.
Well, one final question is when we talk about a wharfage fee, and we've got the 2.5% we implemented on off the boat sales. Could I get a clarification on how those two would work together, which would work when and how and so on? Is the 5%, 10%, 20%, is that only for the self-unloading? Because I believe we already implemented a 2.5%.
It does not apply to The off-the-boat sales, they operate under a separate contract or cap with the district. The same thing with the fish buyers, the leasing fish buyers. They have a lease with the district in which they pay a wharfage fee according to their lease.
Great.
So
Thank you for that
this
clarification.
is wholesale offload of seafood and to either a non-leasing fish buyer or self-unloading.
That clears that up. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess, so this would not include the lessee fish buyers, correct, Jim? The
No,
wharf fish fee, right? And so, okay, so I'm trying to look at this from a process of elimination perspective. I would feel more comfortable going down the different motions in numerical order, Tom, instead of reverse order, just so that we see what is left and then look at the wharfage fee issue
All right.
and how it might apply or not apply. So, why don't we, I mean, I think some of the earlier motions also may be a little simpler at this point. I mean, if we go back to motion 1, which is the issue of the visiting fishing vessels. Why don't we just do that from the beginning? So motion 1 is visiting fishing vessels, removing the requirement for commercial activity permit. Jim, can you just one more time read the exact ordinance so that we understand what we're voting on exactly? Because that the edits were made during that, well, in real time at that time.
President Crowley, I think my understanding of the board's direction during the discussion was to bring this back to the board, get together with general counsel and bring it back to the board.
Correct.
So no action needs to be taken on.
Okay, is that, okay,
motion
just,
one. Is that what the board
that's right.
wants?
That's right. So that's, thanks. So is that, is the board still on board with that?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Nancy,
Great.
Ed?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, so then let's go to motion 2, which is the commercial activity permits for non-lessee commercial fish buyers. So is there a motion for either one of these options? I mean, I'll make, oh, go ahead.
I'll move that we adopt option number 2.
I will second that.
Okay. Any discussion on motion number 2, which is to amend section 5.10.010 of the ordinance code to remove the authority to issue commercial activity permits to non-lessee fish buyers? There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Commissioner Lorenz,
Yes.
Commissioner Jane Crowley,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryring,
Aye.
Commissioner Mathush.
Abstain.
Okay, so that motion passes with 4 ayes and 1 abstention. Motion 3 is the motion on floating docks. There's option 1 to allow commercial self-unloading of catch from the floating docks, or option 2, prohibit the commercial offloading from the floating docks, or allow allow self-offloading. Is there a motion for any of the options?
I will move that we adopt option number 2.
I'll second that.
Okay, so there's a motion to adopt option 2, which is to prohibit the commercial offloading from the floating docks / allow self-offloading. Any discussion? Okay, a roll call, please.
Commissioner Lorenz,
Aye.
Commissioner Jane Crowley,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryring,
Aye.
Commissioner Mathush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke.
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. So motion 4 is the use of the public hoist. There are 2 options or 3 options, which will stated here, which option 1 is restrict the hoist to supplies and equipment only, which would be no action needed from the board. Option 2 is to allow self-offloading of both equipment and catch. And option 3 is to allow the onloading and offloading of equipment, supplies, and catch. And so, I mean, I know that we're being asked to reconsider this. So, I mean, I guess we've already gotten the report, but I am disappointed that we're reconsidering this at all. So I mean, Tricia, can I even make the motion to not even reconsider, or is option 1 going to make that obsolete?
So, okay.
Because I'm making a statement too.
I think you're entitled to make a motion that you would like to make. And, you know, allow another commissioner to make a motion, a different motion. So, you could
Okay,
proceed
well,
how you
I'll
want.
make the motion that I don't even want to reconsider this. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion on this? Okay, let's do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Crank-Raleigh,
Aye.
Commissioner Raring,
Aye.
Commissioner Mathush,
No.
Commissioner Zemke,
No.
Commissioner Lorenz.
Aye.
So that motion carries 3-2. So now we're on motion 5, which is the wharfage fee issue, which now would apply to basically motion 3, which is which regards the floating docks and prohibits now the commercial offloading from the floating docks / allows self offloading. So wait, before we go to this motion, it is now 4:47 and we have 13 minutes before our 5 o'clock deadline. And we still have more items to consider. So is there a motion to extend our meeting? I would say to 5:30.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, quick roll call, please, Melanie.
Commissioner Raring,
Aye.
Commissioner Mathush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Commissioner Lorenz,
Yes.
Commissioner Crank-Raleigh.
Aye. So that motion carries. So, okay, so for the wharfage fee issue, this will now only apply to the floating docks issue of motion 3. So Jim, can you please put the fees back up on the screen? Unless I don't see them.
Yes, I can. Sorry, I didn't hit the last button. Should be able to see it now.
Okay, we got it. Yes. So I have a question for you, Jim, because I am totally, I mean, I understand both sides right now, and I understand the desire to increase the fees. So but I am a little sympathetic to what Porter has to say in terms of competing with our tenants, but I'm not sure. I mean, I guess is the wharfage fee, do the lessee tenants, fish buyer tenants pay a wharfage fee at all? Or, I mean, is that included or built into their lease?
They're licensed for a slip is just the license to occupy a slip on 30-day periods that is renewable every month. Right now, the district does not pay a wharfage fee to those fishers who self-unload or unload to non-leasing fish fires. And I'm recommending that we start wharfage fees in accordance with our code and looking for the board to set an appropriate wharfage fee. I recommend 5 cents, but I provide on screen what the effects are for 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and 35.
Right, so I guess my question is for these wharfage fees, right? I mean, how much would it cost for a wharfage fee for some of our other wholesale buyers, or to how much would
Now-
that fee have to be if it's going to be comparable to what the current tenant lessee fish buyers are paying? Because I'm going to go back to there is a privilege of doing business here. And I'm not opposed to, increasing the fees, but I think that it's fair that they're comparable to what the lessee tenants are going to be, kind of paying, I guess. I mean, up to not the wharfage fee, but the total amount that they're paying. I don't know. I'm not saying that's the extreme end. I don't even understand what the range is right now, I guess is my question, besides the 5 cents that you've recommended and what the tenant and lessees are paying now in total.
It depends on how much seafood is offloaded. Right now, the district, per their lease, charges the leasee tenant or leasee fish buyers 0.001 cents per pound.
Correct, but they're paying rent as well. And I understand that they're paying for real estate, but at the same time, so are these others, right? But less so because it's not real estate in the traditional definition.
The fishers who have a real property license is to occupy a slip. So completely different than a real property interest, which a lease carries with it.
Right. And so how much is that worth versus not having that lease attached?
So the leasees lease a space, 3 different buildings, and with that comes with the district has agreed to allow them use of the dock space or pier face for priority, and also locate their hoist on pier and on pier or government or district property.
Right.
So they get all that with their lease. A vessel does not get any of that. They get with their license, they get the authority to tie up their boat.
Well,
They have
the
to sell.
license is coming from where?
The district issues a license to every berthing agreement license to everybody who has a berth at Pillar Point.
Right. So they were talking about different licenses, everything except the license at Pillar Point Harbor.
So they have other licenses they have to have. All fishers do. But what I'm doing is trying to cover the access to government property or district property by those that are using it for commercial purposes. And by doing your self-offload of your commercial catch, that's commercial purpose, adds a burden to the district. So to have that access beyond your slip, well, I'm recommending a wharfage fee. And again, the wharfage fee could be set to whatever the district feels is reasonable. And what we charge the leasees right now is 0.001, and we're recommending 0.05, which is 5 cents, or even more, depending on what the board's actions are today.
Okay. Any commissioner comments? I know that we have a public comment tonight. And if it's a public comment for this item, I'll take public comment, but otherwise,
Right now, this activity is taking place without a wharfage fee.
okay. Any commissioner comments or questions?
Virginia?
Yes.
I guess I'm of the mind, in agreement with Commissioner Matoush, that 5 cents is probably a bit low. I'm not sure if I'm going to suggest something as high as he's suggesting, but I think we need to go above 5 cents.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with any of that, Bill. I guess my problem is that I mean, kind of like with motion one, I just want more information. That's all. And so I don't even know if I'm ready to vote on this. Not that we shouldn't look at this, but I want to be sympathetic to all the viewpoints as well. So yeah, I mean, is 5 cents, what is the right amount vis-a-vis the current lessee tenants? That's all I'm trying to figure out. And I don't even know if I have enough information to figure that out, which is probably why I sound like I'm a little confused at this point.
Well, and do we have any information about what other ports charge, Jim, on this, or is that something you could get back to us with?
Other ports don't charge at all, or some ports do. The highest fee I saw out there was 15 cents for resident boats and 20 cents for visiting boats.
Thank you.
So we do have public comment. Let me just take that so that we can hear what they have to say. I think it's important. So Sam Sigu. You have 2 minutes.
So my question was basically about the wharfage fee at the 5 cents. Number one, is that going to be a blanket fee that's voted on, or is this just for people who don't rent a building from you? Because, you know, I do think it's unfair that based on the fact that you have a tenant, you only have 3 buildings. I mean, I would love a building on the end of the pier, but I just do not have the capital for it. Is this going to be a blanket fee? You know, I don't feel that because we're not renting a space from you or a building from you that we have to pay more, or as opposed to, you know, because it's almost like favoritism to me at that point, that because somebody's renting a building from you, they pay 0.001% of a wharfage fee. Because I don't rent a building, just a slip, I have to pay the 5 cents or higher, according to Commissioner Mateusz, because I don't rent a building from you. You know, we don't even have the option to rent a building from you because there are no buildings there. So that would be my question. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Yes, and then for the number 9 ending in 9711.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah. The 5 cents, just for math purposes, is 50 times greater than what the guys are doing at the end of the hoist. And I think 5% is reasonable. Bottom line, Bodega Bay is 10 cents a pound. That's a very fair number too. I just think it needs to be, unfortunately, the way you just voted, the commissioners voted 3-2 to basically eliminate any possibility of seafood going over the public hoist. Just for those 3 commissioners, you really are putting the Harbor Commission in some really bad waters legally with regard to antitrust, restricting hoist access. Not a good thing. Very dangerous, slippery slope. 10 cents is what they charge. That's fine on with the wharfage fee, but restricting no seafood going off that public hoist is a very dangerous, slippery slope for the Harbor Commission to take. Very dangerous. That's it.
Any other commissioner comments or questions?
I like the harbor that came up with 15 and 20 for out of state or out of area. So in order to be sympathetic with Bodega Bay and Commissioner Zemke, how about I'm going to float the idea of 10 for in harbor and 15 for visiting vessels.
I mean, Tom, that's fine. I'm just not ready to, for me, I just need more information. I think this is going to be a balance. maybe I'm just not as well versed in this as you are, but I think we have to balance a lot of factors here. And that's just me, but you can make the motion if you want to do that.
Make a
Anyone's-
motion for our wharfage fees to be 10 cents for resident vessels, 15 for visiting vessels. Is there a second?
There a second?
I'll second that.
Any other discussion?
Commissioner or President Chang Crowley, the on the agenda was a fee for 5 cents. So I think that this is probably something that should come back after it's properly noticed, because the resolution showed 5 cents. So you might want to bring it back.
Council, I'll agree with that and suggest we bring it back. Are we in line to proceed with the 77 at this point in time?
With the
Or
what?
80, the $85 hoist fee.
And I'll defer to Jim, but there was the resolution that was included in the packet, I don't think is reflective of what's being discussed. And we may want to just come back with a revised resolution. Jim, do you have a different approach here?
As to the wharfage fee, because there are two things that we have not voted on or right now. One is motion 1, which is the vessel, what is it? The
Visiting fishing vessels
visiting
requiring
fishing
a cap.
vessels. Yep. And now we're in the middle of dealing with motion 5, which sounds like, Tricia, based on your recommendation, is something that we should bring back. Is that correct?
Well,
the resolution, I don't even, did I miss the resolution here?
I
The
think
wharfage
that
fee resolution.
there's a fee resolution, and
It includes both the wharfage fee and the increased fee for the hoist. And because they're put together in our fee table, my recommendation would be to bring them both back at the next meeting so they can be continue to stay with the same fee table.
So moved. Is there a second?
Well, wait. What do you mean the hoist? You mean motion number 4?
Motion number 5 were the wharfage fees.
Yeah, no, I
Because
know
we're-
that. And you're
What's the
saying it's
second one?
And then part of the wharfage fees is resolution number 2202, which includes adopting the $85 an hour of the public hoist.
yeah, but we're not allowing the public hoist to be used for catch.
Correct, but there's still a charge for using it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So then, Tom, your motion is to bring back these 2 issues to the February meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So let me just clarify, the 2 issues would be motion 1, which is the visiting fishing vessels, and motion 5, which would be the hoist, the
The hoist
wharfage
fee and the wharfage fee.
Well, so then there are 2 fees that we're talking about.
Right.
Okay. We can do that. So you made a motion, Tom. Is there a second to that motion?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion from the commission? Okay, let's do a roll call vote then.
Commissioner Mathush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Mr. Lorenz,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang Crowley,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryring.
Aye.
Great, so that motion carries. So Jim, you have your direction to bring back those 3 items, correct?
Yes, with the additional table for different fees for the board to consider.
Thank you. Okay. Wow, that we made it through, we made it through item number 13. So we're on item number 14, which is Keat Nerhan, DBA KN Properties, approve assignment of lease to Pillar Point Harbor LLC, DBA Pillar Point RV Park. Jim and Julie.
Good afternoon again, and it's 5:04, so 26 minutes.
We may have to extend.
This item concerns the request or the assignment of the Keat Nurhan lease for the RV park in Pillar Point Harbor to Pillar Point Harbor LLC. The issue was previously presented to the board on October 20th. At that meeting, the concern was voiced that the LLC name Pillar Point Harbor would cause confusion to the public. And again, on the December 15th meeting, where staff was directed to consider reopening negotiations of the lease, specifically the rent amount. The district entered into a lease with Kurt Nehan doing business as K&M Property on May 12th, 1998, and that was effective October 1st, 1998, and was amended by Amendment Number 1 dated November 7th, 1999. The initial term of the lease will expire at midnight on September 20th, 2023, and pursuant to Article 3.2, leasee shall have the option to extend the lease term for an additional period of 25 years from and after expiration of the original term, the same terms and conditions contained in the lease as amended to date, including the rent. And that was called out specifically in the lease, that including the rent. To exercise the option to extend the leasee must give written notice to the lessor no earlier than 360 days and no later than 180 days prior to the expiration of the original lease term. Under the current lease terms, there is no requirement to renegotiate the lease on part of the leasee, and the district shall approve the extension as long as the leasee is not in default and meets the notice requirements. As stated in the lease, the option to extend is executed by the leasee. The district shall continue the lease under extension under the same terms and conditions. However, an amendment to the lease will be required because of the requirements of the coastal development permit for the RV park to include a new restroom and green space. The required restroom and green space project will be built on property currently operated by K&M Properties under the lease with the district. Once this project is complete, a lease amendment will be required to assign responsibilities as to the new restroom and green space project. As a result, the staff recommends approving the assignment of the lease to Pillar Point Harbor LLC and tabling any decision to renegotiate the lease until such time the lease is amended for the restroom green space project and or at lease renewal. And then attached to that staff report was the consent for assignment of the lease and also a personal guarantee to be signed by Keaton Nurhan.
Thank you, Jim. So basically the recommendation is to approve this request by Keat. I'll open it up for commissioner discussion now, or if you have any questions for Jim.
I'm going to support staff recommendation.
Do you want to make a motion, Tom?
I move that we proceed with the direction that staff has spelled out.
Tom, if you prefer, I could read the recommended motion.
Yeah, I'm a little bit technologically hindered at the moment.
Understood.
I can read it, Jim, if that's easier.
It's either way, President Crowley.
Okay, I'll read it. It's to approve the request by Keaton Nurhan and DBA K&M Properties lessee to assign its lease with the district, the lease to Pillar Point Harbor LLC, DBA Pillar Point RV Park, and authorize the general manager to execute the consent to assignment of the lease. Basically, it's just a lease assignment. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Any public comment? Okay, I see a hand raised by Sam Sigu.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Wonderful. I would just like to say that Keat Nurhan is bad for Half Moon Bay. Keat Nurhan is also
Sam, you're on mute now, so we can't hear you. Can you please stop the clock, Melanie?
Nurhan for you.
Sam, you were cut off. You were on mute for probably 20 seconds of that time. So why don't you start your public comment over again? And we'll
Okay,
start
can
the
you-
clock at 2 minutes again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to say,
Hey,
I'm sorry, President Chancrowley, that was my fault. I accidentally removed the permission. Sam, you should be able to talk again and I'll restart the clock.
thank you.
hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, so I have a call coming in. They just won't stop. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, well, public opinion is Keaton Earhan is really bad for the harbor. Keaton Earhan is really bad for Half Moon Bay. So in your future votes with anything that happens to do with Keaton Earhan, please try to take into consideration that the public does not shine on him fairly at all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? If you'd like to make a public comment, you can raise your hand or type it in the chat. Okay, there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the commissioners? Commissioner Lorenz, you're unmuted. I don't know if you have anything to say.
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, roll call then, Melanie, please.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Commissioner Lorenz,
Aye.
Commissioner Chang Crawley,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryring,
Aye.
Commissioner Matoush.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. And now we're on to item 15, which is the amendment to the employment contract for the general manager, Jim Pruitt. Essentially, last month, we went into negotiations to in a performance review, and we're tying the negotiations for an increase in salary to this performance review. And this would also amend the general manager's contract. And we need to vote on this change in the general manager's contract at a regular agendized meeting. And so that is why this is before us today. I mean, basically the proposed amendment to the general manager's employment agreement provides for the general manager to receive an annual salary of $189,992 and extends the term of the employment agreement until December 11th, 2028. So it's a 5-year contract. So that is where we are today. And I'm happy to open this up to commissioner discussion and public comment at this time. Tricia, is there anything that I missed? Do I need to? I think I've gotten
Covered
all that I
everything
needed.
that's hard. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Commissioner Zemke, you just unmuted yourself. I'm not sure if you wanted to say anything.
I think it's a great idea. I support it.
Commissioner Lorenz,
I don't have a comment right now.
Commissioner Ryring,
Yeah, I'm in support of it and I'd be happy to make a motion.
well, okay, that's fine. Although Commissioner Matoush has unmuted himself too. So Commissioner Matoush, do you have a comment? I mean, we can still comment after a motion's made.
Well, I was gonna second Commissioner Ryring's motion.
Okay, so Commissioner Ryring, why don't you make your motion so that Commissioner Matoush can second it, and then, because I have a comment to make.
All right. I'm sorry, I'm having technical problems here.
I can make the motion if you'd rather.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, I I move that we approve amendment number 1 to the employment agreement with James B. Pruitt as general manager and authorize board president to execute.
Second.
There's. Okay. Any further discussion? So I'd like to make a comment that I think that during the, well, Jim started in December of 2019 and has led the district through a very challenging time of COVID. We have accomplished a lot in 2021 and even in 2020. We accomplished some things that were significant that were carried over to 2021. And I think his leadership under difficult circumstances, has helped us get through the difficult circumstances as a harbor district. So I can say that my performance evaluation of Jim reflects that. And so I'm in support of the motion. Any other comments? Commissioner Zemke, I don't know, you're unmuted, so I'm calling.
No, I have no further comments.
Commissioner Lorenz? You're on mute. No comment?
No comment.
Okay. Commissioner Ryring?
I agree with your comments, and I want to thank Jim for all he does for the district. It's been a really extraordinary couple of years. And hoping this will be smooth sailing in the year ahead.
Commissioner Matoush?
I'm hoping that Captain Pruitt sees that 2028 as an anchor and keeps it.
Okay, I'll open it up to public comment. If there are any public comment, this would be the time to raise your hand or type something in the chat. Then I'll close public comment and we'll go to, oh, I see a hand raised. Captain Smitty. Yep.
Yes, good afternoon,
minute.
commissioners. Is this working? Can you hear me?
We can.
Hello? You can. Okay, I just wanted to make a comment. Thank Pruitt for the services he's provided. I've worked with him integrally here through some of the issues that we've had with the harbor. I believe he's been very good for the harbor, and I hope that you approve the raise for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? If not, then I'll close public comment and let's do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Lorenz,
Yes.
Commissioner Chancarelli,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryring,
Aye.
Commissioner Matoush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke.
Aye.
And that motion carries. Thank you very much. And thank you, Jim. On to item 16. Actually, you know what? Can we have another motion to increase the time to maybe 5:45? Because it's 5:17 now.
Okay,
Is there a motion?
I will
to
move, we extend our time to 5:45.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay,
Sorry,
that's okay. Aye.
Commissioner Ryring,
Basically,
Commissioner Matoush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Commissioner Lorenz.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So now we're on to item 16, which is the salary schedule and special compensation. Julie, this is yours. And I think basically it's to approve the amended salary schedule to include this increase of the general manager's salary pursuant to the employment contract considered, well, that we just adopted.
Good evening, President Chancarelli, commissioners. That's exactly what this is about. This staff report was developed prior to the finalization of Jim Pruitt's contract. And so there's a couple amendments that need to be done. One, the salary schedule. The only thing that was changed on the salary schedule was the general manager's salary, and it should be $189,992 instead of the 189,200 that is on the published salary schedule. In addition, the effective date for this increase is January 1st, 2022. Basically, all agencies that are a member of the CalPERS retirement system are required to adopt a publicly available salary schedule for all of the members of that retirement system, all district employees. Nothing else has changed on the salary schedule, so it's just updating that to reflect Jim's new salary. Staff recommends that you approve the amended salary schedule as communicated and in line with the previously adopted employment contract.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve the amended salary schedule to include the general manager's increased salary pursuant to the employment contract that was adopted just now?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Any public comment, which I'll open up now? I don't see any public comment, so let's do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Raring,
Aye.
Commissioner Mathush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Commissioner Lorenz,
Aye.
Commissioner Chankrelli.
Aye, so that motion carries. Thank you, thank you. So we're finally at the last item on the discussion section of our agenda, which is the calendar year 2022 board organization election of officers. So the recommendation is to elect a president to serve for 2022, and that the newly elected president then call for nominations for the remaining board officers. So Jim, I don't know if you want to give a report. There's really not that much to say, really. I mean, I can make a nomination. You're on mute, Jim.
You are correct, President Crowley. It's straightforward. Staff is recommending the commission elect a president to serve for calendar year 2022, and that the newly elected president call for nominations for the other officers of the board following the election of that new president. So,
Okay, well, so then I'm going to take the liberty of nominating the vice president, Nancy Ryring, Commissioner Nancy Ryring, to be the president for calendar year 2022. Is there a second?
Second. Oh, go ahead.
So there is a motion that I made, and I'll have Commissioner Zemke be the person who seconded. Any discussion or any other well, I have to dispense with this nomination first. Are there any other nominations? Let me just ask that if anyone else has a nomination. Then I'll close nominations. There's only one person who's been nominated, and that's Vice President Nancy Ryring to be the president for calendar year 2022. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Mathush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Mr. Lorenz,
No.
Commissioner Chankrelli,
Aye.
Commissioner Raring.
Aye.
Congratulations, President Ryring. Now it's your turn to take over the meeting for the other nominations.
Well, thank you very much, Virginia Chang Crowley. I have learned a lot from you this last year. It really has been an honor to serve as your vice president. I so much admire your public service and the work that you do. And I look forward to continuing to work with you. I'd like to make a motion to nominate Bill Zemke as vice president.
Second that motion.
Are there any other nominations for vice president? Melanie, roll call, please.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Commissioner Lorenz,
I'll abstain.
Commissioner Chan Corrali,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryring,
Aye,
Commissioner Mathush.
Aye.
great. Congratulations, Commissioner Zemke.
Congratulations, Vice President Zimke.
And for board secretary, do we have any nominations? I think our current board secretary is Commissioner Mathush, right?
No, I'm treasurer.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
I think the current secretary may be Commissioner Zimke. Is that
Correct.
Oh,
correct?
that's right, I am. Oh, again, memory lapse there.
So I think, Tricia, can you remind us of the rules for, I think that this is a role that can be fulfilled. I believe that at one point I was vice president and secretary, or maybe it was president and secretary.
No, I think I was vice president and secretary at one point.
As was Commissioner Ryrie.
Okay, okay.
Yes, I'm not aware of any prohibition of serving in those dual roles.
There is no prohibition? Oh, okay, great. Well, do we have any nominations for board secretary? Well, I'd be happy to nominate Vice President Zemke to also serve as secretary if he would be willing.
I'd be fine with that, yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any other nominations?
You vote on the current nomination.
All right, Melanie, roll call, please.
Commissioner Lorenz,
Abstain.
Commissioner Chan Corrali,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryring,
Aye.
Commissioner Mathush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke.
Aye.
And
You
now,
are.
pardon me?
When he said aye, I said, and that you are.
No.
And now I'll entertain a motion for treasurer.
I'd like to nominate Tom Mathush to be treasurer.
I'll second that. Melanie, roll call.
Commissioner Chan Corrali,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryring,
Aye.
Commissioner Mathush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Commissioner Lorenz.
Abstain.
And the motion carries. So congratulations and thank you again, Tom, for being treasurer. I know it involves a lot of work that those of us who live far away from the district offices would not want to undertake at all. So thank you very much. Let's see. So the final board position is alternate to LAFCO. And who was our former board alternate? Was that me? It was me?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I'd be interested in taking that position.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Chan Corrali for being our board alternate to LAFCO.
I will second that.
And roll call, Melanie.
Were there any other nominations?
I think we're supposed to do one nomination at a time. Is that right, Tricia?
Well, you can decide, you can get all your nominations and then you get a motion to approve one of them. And then I think if nobody else is nominated, you can move ahead with the approval of the nomination that you've received.
Okay, great. Are there any other nominations for alternate to LAFCO? Doesn't seem like there are, so roll call, Melanie.
Commissioner Chan Corrali,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryring,
Aye.
Commissioner Mathush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Commissioner Lorenz.
No.
Commissioner Chan Corrali, thank you for agreeing to serve as the board alternate to LAFCO.
Thank you.
there might be something to report back this year. I kind of expect that there will be. All right, great. We have finished the board reorganization and we're moving on to item F, commissioner comments. Are there any commissioner comments this evening?
I have one. I would just like to thank Virginia for a stellar job in our president last year. I do appreciate the role that you play in that, and I learned a lot. And as the rookie commissioner, great job. Also, I'd like to thank staff too, particularly Jim for the effort that he's put in trying to organize the positions we went through, the various motions, and how to organize our approach to off-boat sales and non-leasing wholesalers. And it's a complicated issue and very confusing. And I know that it's taken a lot of hours and a lot of time of staff, and I do appreciate that.
It was an unusually complicated agenda today.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was.
I know that Jim put in a lot of hours and our staff did too. So thank you very much. Any other commissioner comments?
I have one.
Commissioner Chan-Crowley?
Yes, so I would also like to thank Jim for a job well done, as well as John Warren and Julie, Lizzie, and Melanie. Thank you for all the work that you've done to make this year, as successful as possible, given the uncertainties and the changes of things that gone on with the different variants of COVID, and trying to keep everyone safe as possible. Also, I would like to thank the fellow commissioners here for doing a really good job. I mean, I think that the Harbor District and the Harbor Board are both in very good places right now. I would call this, I think that we're probably the biggest success turnaround story in San Mateo County. And a lot of it is because of staff and you. So thank you. I think that we are looked at now and viewed in a different light. And I hope that we continue on this positive path. And, I know that we don't all agree on things, but I hope that we can, continue to do the work of the people that who have elected us to do this job. And it's been an honor to be the president. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, Virginia. John Warren, you have your hand up.
Yes, President Raring, I need to make in full disclosure, a notice to the board about an error in consent item number 11. It does not affect the motion that's been passed. It's just in the staff report. I neglected to make the board aware that in July of 21, the board had voted to add $177,000 to the Moffett Nickel contract. So the total actually after today's action is $906,379.
Thank you for clarifying that, John.
Yeah, the 177 was voted and approved. In addition to the Moffett Nickel contract was for dredging of the East Harbor, which was found to be necessary after a bathymetric survey. And the board already had approved that. I just had neglected to add that in my math.
Thank you so much for clarifying that, John. Any other commissioner comments? If not,
Motion to approve, motion to adjourn.
motion to adjourn. Oh, wait,
I'll second that.
Okay, no future agenda. All right. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, Melanie.
Commissioner Eyring,
Aye.
Commissioner Matoush,
Aye.
Commissioner Zemke,
Aye.
Commissioner Lorenz,
Yes.
Commissioner Chan-Crowley.
Aye.
Motion passes. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your good work today.
Thank you.
Take care.
February.
Safe.